Lion of Judah.
When I say more, you say fire. More fire.
Yeah. Back and forth on the harvest. I'm just trying to live, right. I'm just trying to live, live. I'm just trying to live, right. I'm just trying to live, I'm just trying to live. Start where I left off, never get lost in the sauce that they talk about. They try to put us in a cell, never let us out. Cause we living in this hell, what you talking about? You know we living in the matrix where they play tricks, every nigga duplicate it, and we hate it, and nobody ever say shit. When I'm blue, them call me races. When it come down to sunburned faces, I'm gonna say this, Yahweh's the greatest, he's the one that made us, Yeshua will save us, and I'm glad that Yahweh forgave us. Yah is the only one we trust, he loves the smell of cannabis, he knows just how to deal with us, he knows just how to fix us up. I'm just trying to live, right. I'm just trying to live, live. I'm just trying to live, right. I'm just trying to live,
Lion of Judah Society.
What does Shema Yisrael Yahweh Eloheinu Yahweh Echad? Hear, O Israel, hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. What does that really mean? And why is it important?
Shabbat Shalom, send that salam, send that salam, send that salam, send that salam.
Psalm 92.
מזמור שדה ב' מזמור שיר ליום השבת.
It is a good thing to give thanks unto the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord, to the Lord.
טוב להודות לאדוני,
And to sing praises unto thy name, thy name, thy name, thy name, thy name.
ולזמר לשמך.
O Most High, Most High, Most High, Most High, Most High.
לשמך עליון.
To show forth thy loving kindness in the morning, in the morning, in the morning, in the morning.
להגיד בבוקר חסדך.
And thy faithfulness every night, every night, every night, every night.
ואמונתך בלילות.
Upon an instrument of 10 strings and upon the psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Lord, hast made me glad through thy works. I will triumph in the works of thy hands. O Lord, how great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doth the fool understand it. When the wicked spring as the grass, and when all the workers of iniquity do flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Lord, art most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, O Lord, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of an unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. Mine eye also shall see my desire on mine enemy, and mine ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of the Lord shall flourish in the courts of our God. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to show that the Lord is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness, 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 no
Lion of Judah Society.
מזמור שדה ב' מזמור שיר ליום השבת. טוב להודות לאדוני ולזמר לשמך עליון. להגיד בבוקר חסדך ואמונתך בלילות. עלי עשור ועלי נבל, עלי היגיון בכינור. כי שימחתני אדוני בפועליך, במעשה ידיך ארנן. מה גדלו מעשיך אדוני, מאוד עמקו מחשבותיך. איש בער לא ידע, וכסיל לא יבין את זאת. לפרוח רשעים כמו עשב, ויציצו כל פועלי אבן, להישמדם עדי עד. ואתה מרום לעולם אדוני. כי הנה אויביך אדוני, כי הנה אויביך יאבדו, יתפרדו כל פועלי אבן. ותרם כרעם קרני, בלותי בשמן רענן. ותבט עיני בשורי, וקמים עלי מרעים, תשמענה אוזני. צדיק כתמר יפרח, בארז בלבנון ישגה. שתולים בבית אדוני, בחצרות אלוהינו יפריחו. עוד ינובון בשיבה, דשנים ורעננים יהיו. להגיד כי ישר אדוני, צורי ולא עוולה תבוא.
Yes. Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam. Yes, Shabbat Shalom, Sembet Salam, and Shavua Tov. Hopefully we're being heard right here for the After the Shabbat podcast, first day service here on the Ear and the Irit. We have this fifth sabbatical study for this Shabbat strong, known as KHAYEI, the life or the lives of Sarah. The lives of Sarah, the life of Sarah right here. Of course, I called Chosen Faithful Rastafari, we're making the scripture, the biblical, according to the glory of his divine majesty, as Sarah was to Abraham, so was to Tegemenin to his imperial majesty, I, Godfather and King, Abinu Malkeinu, to I Rastafari Abraham. Now get into a little bit more of that right here, but first, right here, on the After the Shabbat right here, I'd like to go through some of the aliyot right here. Let's do this right here. Yeah, this Torah reading and feeding. So here for this Torah reading and feeding, the fifth, right? Pleading the fifth. The fifth right here, sabbatical study Shabbat strong, KHAYEI, Sarah, Bamarinya in the Metzaf Kedus and authorized revised and Heart Bible. Yes, Saram Idmei. Like the age, so to speak, the idme, the age, in the sense of her life, but the age, while the Hebrew brings out more the sense of the lives, KHAYEI, right? In fact, our Targum, we get into the Targum, right? For some other Yehudi, sometimes the Aramaic is the Targum that is kind of pointed to. So for certain, biblically, biblical Hebrew and Masoretic, some phrases, the Aramaic provides a Targum. Targum basically means like the interpretation, or at least how it is to be contextually and properly understood based on the evidence that we have. So the Chayei, so when we say the lives, literally Chayei Sarah, literally is the lives of Sarah. So it's plural, it's a dual plural, Chayim. Like when we toast or we say cheers or to life, like a baraka, lechayim, 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 lechayim. Here we have Chayei, the lives of, Hebraically constructive, the lives of Sarah, often just translated as the life of Sarah, but sort of bringing that out right there. Yesaram idme. So here we pick up with the first of the three readings, the shalosh, shalish, the three readings right here. We have Genesis, the first, Genesis 23, the Torah reading. Genesis chapter 23 from verse 1 to 25:18. Here we have the 7 aliyot. Aliyah, the Aliyah. Interesting word right there, going up. The right of return, when we get into like political, political so-called modern, so-called political Zionism, right? They have what they call the Aliyah, Aliyah. Now, that's an interesting word because you might have only heard of that word in the latter day 1948 so-called Zionism prior to, but mainly 1948 is the date. Yeah, but a lot happened. Both of what Abinu, right, our father, our great Abraham in the Revelation, as Sarah was to Abraham, so was Tegemenin to Kedamawi Haile Selassie when he gave us that particular land grant as well. But here we have the aliyot. The aliyot, in simple text, we can refer to them as the readings. But within the gathering in the local, some say Knesset, but we find the older word for synagogue that's found in one of the Psalms. You'll see it in the KJV translation is the Moed. The Moed is like the appointed place. Now we know that Robbeinu Yeshua, right, who the world calls Jesus Christ, Yeshua HaMoshiach, Jesus Christos, that he went into the synagogue, right, of Nazareth and other synagogues as well, but into the synagogue as was his custom. It says in Luke's Gospel, chapter 4, right, to read the Haftarah, to go up. So that going up to the bema, going up in the gathering to read, symbolically, it's almost as if going up to the altar to offer and to present. This is why it's called Aliyah. But yet the word can be used in a few different senses. In a literal sense, like if I'm going up a mountain, right, that's an aliyah, making heights in that sense. If I'm going up to offer, right, as the priest would go up to offer, right, that's an aliyah there. If I'm outside the land and I return to the land, then in that returning to the land, I go up, because every other place outside of the Holy Land, contextually, scripturally speaking, would be like going down, right? So when I return, I will make heights. It's interesting because actually in the New Covenant, so-called in the Christianity version of the New Testament sense of what we know as the Brit Chadasha, they often use this kind of term of almost like going home or going to heaven, or, you know what I mean, in that sense of going up, but actually when we said the going up, that heaven we're speaking about is what the scripture speaks about, that heaven on earth, right? That heaven on earth. That's the days of heaven on earth. Before we get into it right here, that was Psalm 92 for the Shabbat day, just to, fulfill all righteousness. Psalm 92, Shabbat Shalom, Semet Salam, Shabbat Shalom, Meborak. So we say Shalom, peaceful, prosperous, healthy, sound, whole. And it says and Meborak. Mevorak. Modern Hebrew, they say Mevorak. Mevorak. We say Mevorak. Mevorak, and a blessed one. So hopefully one's had a peaceful, healthy Shabbat, and one that empowers one to prosper in the way, the truth, and the life by Shem Yeshua HaMoshiach. So Shabua, new Shabua, Tov, a new Shabua, new 7 beginning as we're coming into this first day. So here, this will be like after the Shabbat, almost in a sense like gathering together on the first day. Now, is that a thing? Yes, it is, Torah-wise, but it does not replace Shabbat. You see, the whole point of Shabbat is the seventh day. I know there's a lot of reasonings and different doctrines, different, philosophies concerning lunar Sabbaths and this and that. And actually, I've been going into some of it, like in the book of Enoch, also the book of Jubilees, ones reading different translations and, creating kind of doctrines off of that. So hopefully we'll have more of a time to go into that, because even in the Torah, there's a particular time that is used. For example, we have a Shabua is a week, right? A week in the sense of like 7 days, that's sort of a week. Rastafari will say a strong, right? A sabbatical strong, 7 days, first day, second day, third day, all the way to the seventh day. That's called the Shabbat day. But then in the scripts here, especially in the earlier parts of the script, in Bereshit, we have time being referenced a little bit differently. Like, so when we say days, you know what I mean? Days can refer to years, right? Days referring to years. And we find it in a couple of key places within the Torah narrative here, right? Both in this Torah narrative here for the fifth sabbatical study for KHAYEI Sarah, just to bring that up again right here, this fifth Torah reading and feeding, and also previously in Wayera, that other Yehudim call it Vayera. The difference in the pronunciations is because the mother. Some say you are a Yehud if your mother's a Yehud. That's interesting, ain't it? But we talk about the lion of the tribe of Judah. So our Afro-Shemitic, enunciation, Wa and Yera. As some of our Yemenis, Yehudi brothers, also hail up to Professor Ephraim Isaacs as well. Hail up to that elder right there who has done a lot of, good scholarship and work to bring that out. Just the other half of the story, of we, the once lost, now found, black and brown people of the Beta Yisrael, Beta Israelites. But here we have Chaye, the lives of Sarah, right? The lives. I'm emphasizing that because that's what it's actually. But we're used to in the Western Gentile sense to say, oh, life. What do you mean lives? And then people talk about so-called reincarnation and this and that. And the next thing, all we're talking about right here is what the Hebrew really says. Then we can get into, other reasonings. But first things first, KHAYEI Sarah, the lives of Sarah. So as we said, the word when referring to life and one's life, even the word life in Hebrew, the Chaim sense, is a dual plural, right? In this, that's what we speak. We say, Olam Hazeh, Olam, the world Hazeh, this world. And then we speak of the world to come, the Olam Haba, right? This age, this world, Olam Hazeh, and the world to come, Olam Haba. In that sense, the Chaim, right? Life in this world, this Olam, and life in the Olam, the world Haba, the world to come, right? To point to scripture there, we can point to what Esdras speaks about this age, this world, and the next world. The space between one and the next is as the space between the hand of Jacob, Jacob's hand, and Esau, Esau's foot. Be that as it may, here we have the 7 aliyot right here. I wanted to touch a little more on the aliyah, but when we say aliyah literally means going up, like making elevation, ascending, the sense of ascending, right? So to ascend the altar, right? Or to ascend the bema within the local gathering, the moed, that was translated into KJV in one of the 70 Psalms as synagogue. I'm talking about the synagogues of the land. Right there. Because I know when we say these things, people tend to go to what they know. They'll go to Revelation 2:9, 3:9, synagogue of Satan, blah, 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 blah. And we'll talk about later day so-called Yehudim, ones who converted around the 8th or so century and what they did, so forth and so on. But what pre-exists them, what's the prior existence is what we can find in the scripture. So the Aliyah has the literal sense of ascending. So even during the time of pilgrimage, right, the 3 times in the year, where all the males are to present themselves, right, to appear in the place that Yahweh Eloheinu, Shemo Sham, Shemo, his name Sham, where he has set his name there. So we get to find that this was and is in Zion, Sion, and in Jerusalem. Zion and Jerusalem geographically are very close. They're like in the same, you could say, neighborhood. And sometimes one is used to refer to the other, but directly we're speaking about Zion and not the ism. But in order to understand where the ism kind of comes in, when they say aliyah, right? Aliyah, like the right of return. When they talk about the right of return, the right of return, the right to go back up to the land. So when one was outside of the land, right, it's like being down. And then when they return to land, it's like going up in the sense of keeping the covenant appointments the 3 times in the year, where all the males are to appear, all the males are to go up and to appear, 3 times in the year, right? And then when we speak about in the local gathering, like when it says that Yeshua in the synagogue of Nazareth in Luke chapter 4, he went into the synagogue as was his custom, and he went up to read. So here we have the first aliyah, the first reading, second reading. Just wanted to show the different senses of the one Hebraic, so to speak, Yehudi root word, right? The different senses, right? So in this sense, it's going up to read, right? Standing up and going up to where the bema is, where the Torah scrolls are, the prophetic scrolls, and going to read, right? This is like a symbolic act in the local gatherings that are called in the Greek synagogues, right? That in the Hebrew, the mo'adim, the appointed places, like the tabernacle was the tent of the appointment, the ohel mo'ed. Then we have the local, places of appointment. Later on in the other language, right? In the other language, the Greek, the Koine Greek, in order to bring out, well, what did we do in the mo'ed? The mo'ed. I think I need to bring out this word right here, right? Because here, let's do this right here. That was yesterday's psalm, right? Let's go over here and let's look up synagogue. Synagogue. Because when you say synagogue, people will take you all the way to the New Testament and they'll forget Psalm 78, verse 4. They said in their hearts, let us destroy them together. They have burned up all the synagogues. It says synagogues, not synagogue, right? But notice this is Old Testament here. KJV, of course, right? All the synagogues of El. Listen to interesting reasoning about El, right? Some dispute that it's not really El. They say in the Greek. But wait, in the Greek, Elijah is Elias. Elijah is, Elijah in the Greek is Elias. Elias is Elias, right? And then Elisha is Elisus. And then he said Eli. So what are they talking about? Al with the aleph means two, right? Means two, but as a form of the verb, it's a negation. Al means not. But be that as it may, right? El, right? So here are all the synagogues of El in the land. So you see the word here is the mo'ed, right? A very important word to become familiar with, mo'ed. Because mo'ed is defined, the mo'ed, right, in the singular sense as appointed, as from the sense of an appointment, right? Appointment, appointed, appointment. It can apply to the appointed place as the tent of meeting or the tabernacle of the congregation. So the very same word, tabernacle of the congregation. This is the King James translation for ohel moed. Ohel means tent and moed means appointment, right? So the appointed place, appointed time, the meeting, right? Appointed time, like in its season. So it says in its proper seasons, appointed time, general, sacred seasons, set feasts, appointed season, appointed meeting, appointed place, appointed sign, signal. And then you see it right there, the tent of meeting, right? Right. So after the Babylonian captivity, right, the tribe of Judah, those who repatriate, those who return and seeking to restore, right, their way of living according to the covenant, right, thought that it was necessary that one should know and hear and have opportunity to study Torah. So in local communities, right, where there were X amount of people, some say over 200 maybe families and at least 10 men who could devote themselves to Torah study, right? And the others in the community would, would subsidize them You know what I mean? And they would make it their task to have the scrolls, to study them, so that when the people of the community sought to inquire of Yahweh, there was a place to go to inquire. There were copies of Torah scrolls. You know what I mean? There was a local place, because to travel to Jerusalem would sometimes be rather far and very difficult. You know what I mean? Be that as it may, that's where we get the synagogues right there. Boom. And then we go over here. And then we go to the New Testament. So notice that one verse peeks out in Psalm 74, verse 8, and we have synagogues. But the Hebrew word is moed, right? Moedim. And the moedim are the appointments. So for every Shabbat, that would be an appointment in the community, right? And in some communities, it would be even after the Shabbat, because it was a more voluntary thing. Although some argue that this is exactly what we should do, on the Shabbat. Others will argue we rest. So some gathered in the local, we say, Yehudi Judahite churches, gathering places, and others would gather after the Shabbat was fulfilled. Now we even have this within the scriptures, examples of this, even in the Brit Chadash of the New Testament scriptures. But be that as it may, right? Matthew 4:23, and Yeshua went about all Galilee teaching in their synagogues. So now here is the secondary word, synagogue. Synagogue means to bring, soon. When we say sympathetic, we say also sympathetic, seem. We use that in certain words to bring together, synthesis, right? Synthesis and sympathy. It means with, right? Or together, right? And agaga means to gather. So basically, the coin a Greek term just describe what the Yehudi, right? The Judeans, the Judahites, and the Israelites were already doing, right? Like in another language, you know what I mean? To say, well, what is that? Moedim. What is the Moedim? Well, it's the place that we bring it together, we gather together in our communities, where we assemble. Oh, you mean like a synagogue? Yeah, like a synagogue, because we spoke the language. You get it? It's like the word Moshiach, and then we have the word Christos, basically, right? So the synagogue, assembly of Jews. We say, why it says Jews and not Israelites? Well, it says Jews because, well, in the translation, this word is an abbreviation of Yehud, right? Yehud, from Yehudi, from Yehuda. They were Judeans, they were Judahites. We're speaking about the tribe of Judah that returned after 70 years captivity in Babylon. The other 10 or so tribes, by and large, were still under Assyria, and only few remnants were able to even return to the land and return to the people. But when they returned to the land, returned to the people, they came under Judah. As Jacob says, Yehuda, you are he who your brethren shall praise. Why praise your brethren? Because the tribe of Judah was able to maintain, right, when all the other tribes were not able to sustain.
Lion of Judah Society.
So an assembly of Judahites, right, or Judeans, or Yehudim, right, more correctly, Yehudim, formally gathered together to offer prayers and listen to the reading, the reading here, right, and expositions and the reasonings, right, of the scriptures. Assemblies of that sort, you see what it says here? Assemblies of that sort were held every Sabbath, every Shabbat, and every feast day. Afterward also, right, after that, right, so what we have here can be traced to times of Ezra, of Zerubbabel, the priest. It was, Zerubbabel was a ruler, and Yeshua, right? Yeshua was the Kohen Gadol, not our Yeshua, but interesting, another Yeshua, Yehoshua, right? His name was enunciated as Yehoshua, right? The high priest, and then we had Ezra, and then we have Nehemiah. These are books we have within the canonical scriptures, like the Masoretic and the KJV, but also we have the apocryphal books as well, which are important points of reading and study to get the full testimony, in order to get a full and a true HD, a Hebrew, definition, a true high dimension, a Hebrew definition of a picture, right? Afterward also, so originally it was for the Shabbat day and the feast days. in the local community. So you saw what we had showed earlier in Psalm 74 and 8, right? Then later on, so at that time it was the Judahites, then the Greeks came along, and then the Romans came along. So that brings us through the apocryphal period to the New Testament period. This is why these other writings, including the New Testament, are very important. Right? Afterward, also on the second and fifth days of every week. What's the second day of the week, y'all? Now, y'all should know, fellow Chaverim, the second day of the week is what they call Monday, and the fifth day is what they call Thursday. But if you get too deep in the world, they change times and laws, and therefore you might think the second day is Tuesday, right? Because you're miscounting the real week from Monday. Monday is the beginning of the working week, but the beginning of the week is the first day they call Sunday. But anyway, afterward, on the second and fifth days of every Shabua every week. Now, notice what it says here, y'all. Right? Look at this, y'all. Right? Okay, guys. Name transferred. Name what? Transferred. Name what? Transferred. You mean transferred? Like someone else had a name and then someone else gets the name? Yeah, name transferred. Transferred to an assembly of Christians, or more correctly, Nazarenes. Before they were called Christians in Antioch, right? Nazarenes, right? Nazarenes, Meshachim, in the Koine Greek, Christianos, right? Formally gathered together. It says here for religious, we say really just purposes. So you see how it tells us right here that this name of the synagogue was actually transferred to an assembly of Christians. Think about what we're saying here. So Revelation says of the Jews who say they are Jews but are not, but they do lie, but of the synagogue of Satan. Think about it. It's saying that this name for synagogue was transferred, right, to an assembly of Christians. So who is it really talking about? It almost reminds me of the argument where one say, well, Israel is Israel, it's an ethnic people. Others say in Christianity, Gentile Christianity, Gentile-minded Christianities, they say that, no, it's like whoever believes in Jesus has become like an Israelite. And therefore, if they say an Israelite, they're basically saying a Jew. Right? And so you see when Revelation 2 and 9, 3 and 9. Now, we're not saying that 2 and 9 and 3 and 9 cannot be applied in spirit and in truth, right, to the other Rev 2-9ers and 3-9ers, even of today, who say they are, right? And even if we don't, even we say, okay, we're not going to look at the ethnicity for a moment. We're going to look at what your faith is. Let's do New Testament. Let's judge it by the faith, right? And faith without works is dead. So therefore, you say you have faith, you are Yehudi. Therefore, what work do you do? Right? According to the way, right? We can see that they too, right? But the ones most people call the synagogue of Satan Jews, they're looking at it from just the latter day time point of view. And then they project this is who it was back then. But those who we call 2 and 9ers and 3 and 9ers, right? They converted around the 8th, 7th, 8th century, right? Around the first millennia, right? Of the common era, right? So here, this term synagogue. So when it says synagogue of Satan in Revelation 2 and 9, 3 and 9, right? We're pointing out something right here where a lot of ones have not pointed to, right? Pointed to. There are churches of Satan, right? There's churches of Satan. Right? So how is it, right? And what are they saying, right? And even ones who are Christians who really go against the biblical narrative and hate God's people. You know what I'm saying? I mean, even in there with the Messiah, because of that love and that grace, right? He laid down his life for his people. You know what I'm saying? And true, many of his people went against that. But who are they to get in between the relationship, you know what I'm saying, of the master and his people, the savior and his people? You know what I mean? It's almost like a parent has a child and the child is disrespectful and being bad and wrong, right? And then somebody else comes along and tries to, like deal with the child, go beyond the parent. That is just totally wrong there. So we're just zooming on this point because we're offering a more historical, scriptural connection for who the synagogue of Satan were during 96 or so AD, when it said that book of Revelation, the Chazon Yochanan, was first put forward. you know what I mean, was first put forward. You know, because people always say about the Judaizers. There was Yehudis that was trying to make the people who was coming to Christ, Jews, before they could, you know, receive of Messiah. But actually what was going on and what has gone on, you had other people who became Christian and thought that now they replaced the Jews, you know, or they replaced the Israelites, or they brought in replacement theology, you know, that the church is a new Israel, you know what I mean? And therefore Israel is no more. Therefore, all the people who call themselves Jews, right, whether black originally, the black Jews, and later on even many of the white Jews, you know what I'm saying? And I'm sure that many of them who are faithful, even among the other Jews, right, are ones who are persecuted, like, you know, the whole anti-Semitism thing, you know what I mean? And racism. You see what I'm saying? You see how they go together, especially when we go to the original ones persecuted, even we, the black Jews of the line of the tribe of Judah, right? So they came in to replace. And so even the Bible points out this right here. And this is not saying that every congregation of Christians was synagogues of Satan's. We're not saying that. But we're saying that isn't interesting how they try to misdirect us to what happened today. And that is based on what happened around about 800 years after what the book was actually talking to people 800 years before. So it's talking to people 800 years before these other people made their claims to be Jews. It could be talking to the people who came 800 years later, not to the people who received it 800 years before. You see the time? That's why it says, they shall seek to change times and laws. So even your perception, when somebody's giving you explanation about something, you have to check out the time, right? The timeline, right? But here it says that Yeshua was teaching in his time in their synagogues, right? And preaching the gospel of the kingdom and healing all manner of sickness. So he was both preaching and he was doing the work. Look at that. He was demonstrating the faith and teaching on the faith, and he was doing the work, right? He was preaching the gospel, the good news of the kingdom, and the work, healing all manner of sickness and all manner of disease among the people, right? And he was rebuking them, reproving them, and just want to bring it down over here so we connect it with our theme right here. Let's go over here. Let's go right around here. One more page. It should be, here we go right here. Here we go right here. And he taught in their synagogues, 4 and 15 Luke, being glorified of all. And then in 4:16, and he came to Nazareth where he had been brought up. Remember, he was brought up there, but he wasn't born there, right? Don't be like the fools, right, who falsely accuse. Oh, no Messiah come from Galilee. No Messiah come from Galilee. Messiah must come from Bethlehem of Judah, where David was. Isn't that where Yeshua was born? Ain't that something? So even the scriptures telling us, it's showing us how people, right, were dismissing the truth of Yeshua being the Moshiach, right, based on their own ignorance, their misunderstanding, their misapprehension of scripture. But be that as it may, he came to Nazareth, right? He came to Nazareth where he had been brought up, and as was his custom, right? Which shows that not every custom is bad and not every custom is good. You have to have discernment. You know, remember discernment? He went into the synagogue on the Sabbath day, right? And stood up for to read. So this standing up to read, right here, this is what we're talking about when we're talking about even this Torah portion and some of the basics. So here we have the readings. Now, we know that he read not from the Torah according to the testimony, but he read from the Haftarah, or the prophet's reading, right? And it says there was given to him the prophet Isaiah, Yeshaya, right? So here we have the prophet reading, right? Or Haftarah, 1 Kings chapter 1, verses 1 to 31, here for this KHAYEI Sarah. Then in the Brit Chadasha, the New Testament reading, the New Covenant reading, renewed covenant reading, we have Matthew chapter 1, focus verses 1 to 17, and 1 Corinthians chapter 15, focus verses 50 to 57. As we've been mentioning, this whole Shabbat right here, right, concerning the passing or the death of Sarah and the burial, right, the marriage of Yitzhak and Rivka, right, of Rebecca, right, Abraham marries Keturah, right, the death of Abraham, and then we get Ishmael's descendants. Now, this is just an overview. That's just an overview right there. Right, there's a lot of important detail. Hopefully, we've touched on a couple of important points in the Shabbat, and hopefully, we'll be able to touch on a couple of more important points. Now, what I like to share, let me see if I can bring this up right here. Let's see right here. Okay, yeah. Okay, I gotta bring the other suitcase here. 'Cause I want to show you something. I like to show you something right here, but also the connection with what His Majesty says. That's kind of like the reasoning, based on this word right here. Why is this word when His Majesty says, "For my part, I glory in the Bible," and then He speaks of Itege Menin, right? He speaks of Itege Menin, the empress, and says, "As Sarah was to Abraham." Now, to some, that may be just a small, insignificant point, but that should be very significant to the called, chosen, and faithful Rastafari. Hopefully, we can unpack that and see what sort of significance. It's kind of interesting because when we speak of Empress Menin, we speak of her in a very special way, don't we? Right? But then to note there's like a biblical, right, scriptural, and even in the mouth of His Majesty, he says something very, very significant about all this. Let's see. Here we go. Let's do this right here. Okay. I want to put this suitcase in here because I want to share this. With y'all. Let's see right here. Do we have this right here? Boom, 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 boom. Okay, yeah, it's in the background. It's in the background right there. Okay, yeah. All right. Yes. So, okay, right here. Let's just hit Psalm 24, right? Psalm 24, right? That Psalm 24, looking forward to the day to come. Just here, Psalm 24. Oh, today's daily psalm is Psalm 2, which is very, very interesting. You see here in the prophet's reading, right? There's a struggle for succession. And then we also have that theme. So often the prophet's reading, right, the Haftarah reading, right, it reflects, right, often reflecting some aspect of the Torah reading, right. So when we look at the Torah reading and we look at the Haftarah here we have the struggle for succession between the children of Dawid, Adonijah, Adonijah, and Shlomo and Solomon. You know what I mean? And then also we have Yitzhak, right, Ishmael, and the other children. Remember, Abraham also had other children after Sarah had passed, right? But who became the heir? Who is the heir? And what is written in the Torah is very significant. Who is the heir of Abraham? Just to give a hint, because I think the other night I brought it up, but I didn't go into it too much. And anybody who's paying attention probably said, "Hey, he didn't address that." You're absolutely right. Apologies on that right there. We find that after Abraham, he gave gifts to the children of the concubines and to, Keturah, the third wife that he had, and her children and everything like that. And what's interesting is that, hold on for a moment. Let's see something. Give me one moment. Yeah. I could have done that. Okay, yeah. What's interesting is that he did not, we don't see him blessing, right, Yitzhak. But you know what we see next? We see where Yahweh blesses Yitzhak. And this is an important reason, because the question is, he gave gifts to the other children, sent them away from his son Yitzhak, but he doesn't really bless Yitzhak. And we know that because Yahweh, after Abraham passes, right, blesses Yitzhak. Right? So Abraham. So we use this one right here. I know most ones will say, "Oh, that's Dr. York, Nubian Islamic." This is Joyce, what's her name? Sister Joyce Hayes. Right? Joyce Hayes, a sister that was caught up in that thing there, but this is her art, so we want to promote the art of, the people, even if it was used by certain ones and ones, that was used to confuse, right? But here, Abraham, a placeholder right here for Abraham. So Abraham did not bless, but we have Yahweh blessing, right? Yahweh blessing his son. And there's a whole reasonment that we can reason on that. One of the points is that, because of the situation, he had Ishmael, he knew what Yahweh said, the seed going to be called in Isaac, Yitzhak. But then he had these other children, including the Midianites. The Midianites we find, so when we come across the Midianites later on, right? Remember later on with Moses, when Moses is when he flees after the so-called murder charge, he flees and he goes to Midian, right? And he's out there in Midian and he meets Jethro, and Jethro becomes his father-in-law, right? And but the scripture tells us something about Jethro. It tells that Jethro was a priest of Midian. And we say he was a Hebrew priest according to getting into what Hebrew really means. We're going to do a little vid where we'll try to break it down just simply, but then we'll go into further evidence in detail. Like what's the difference between Hebrew and Jew and Israel, is Israelite, so forth and so on. And now we get Jethro later on in the Exodus Sinai narrative where Jethro, after they come through and sing their song and reach, you can say, the other side, right, the land of Midian, where Moshe was for 40 years, Jethro comes along with Moses, his two sons. And we find that Jethro, this priest of Midian, this is what we say was a Hebrew priest, he is the first one out of 600 something thousand man that blesses Yahweh for what he had did with the Exodus, right? And also offers offering and sups with the elders, right? And Yahweh is right there in the narrative and doesn't say, hey, this is a pagan, a heathen priest, because he's not an Israelite. Just want to point that out right there, because that connection, right? This is one of the, maybe say the exception to the rule, Jethro, but we can clearly see some Abrahamic faith amongst him and even in the narrative. And then his advice, Jethro's advice, becomes like standing order advice later on, right? So we have to understand that, yes, it's given to the Israelites, right? But he recognizes the righteous individuals, right? Within other nations, we have that with who was it? Abimelech. Remember Abimelech? Abimelech said, but I'm a righteous people. We're a righteous people. We're a righteous nation. We're righteous. And what does Yahweh say? Through the Malach Elohim, he says, yes, I know. That's why I told you, you're a dead man. Give that man's woman, his wife, back to him. You know what I mean? And he'll pray and and you'll be healed, because they were going through a thing right there because they had snatched up Abraham's sister wife. People say, oh, he lied. No, actually what the narrative tells us, that his suspicion, right? There was a truth to his suspicion. Right? It wasn't quite as what he said, because Sarah showed him that kindness and also said, yes, he's my brother. But how are you going to just snatch a man's sister, even if you want to marry her? That is totally uncouth. Is that what they did back in the days? I see you. I said, who's that woman? Oh, that's my sister. And next thing you know, I just grab her, snatch her up, and she's in my house. What can you do about it? And then I want to give you a couple of gifts or whatever. You know what I'm saying? I just took your sister. I didn't even ask, hey, bro, I really like your sister. Is she available? I would like to marry her. Let's chop it up. Let's work it out. What dowry do you want? You know what I mean? Because the brother would stand place for the father, right? Under such circumstances, situations. So it shows that Abraham was right, that there wasn't righteousness everywhere, but it happened to be that Abimelech considered himself righteous, and even Yahweh considered him to be, of some sort of righteousness. I mean, think about it. Even Lot, Lot is called righteous too, right? Not quite as righteous as Abraham. You could be actively righteous, or you could be passively righteous. You could be a righteous doer, or you could be a righteous believer. Being a righteous believer is good to, to a point. You do believe, you do admit and credit, but you're lacking on work. Abraham was not such. All right, so there's a struggle for succession, and this is kind of what we see from such a time to even this time. There's a struggle for succession. Who was the rightful successor? Right? Who was the rightful successor? Right? Was it Ishmael? Right? And what is this whole thing about Abrahamic faith? Right? What's this whole stuff people be talking about Abrahamic faith? Now, with so-called Judaism or the Israelite faith, right, and the connection with Moshiach, right, who the world calls Christ, we can see some basic connection there. But this other one, right, and is Muhammad really descendant from Ishmael? Are the Arabs of today really descendant from Ishmael? If so, what happened to the Mitzrayim? Remember Hagar, she basically got a wife for Ishmael, right? She got a wife for Ishmael from Egypt. Here, let me show you something quick right here before we get into this right here. See, already going into some of the, we've gone through this, but allow ones to at least get the basics for themselves. Let me see if I can bring this up right here, because we were supposed to share this as a slideshow, but couldn't get the slideshow to slideshow. All right, so we couldn't get the slideshow to slideshow. That's why we're not sharing this as a slideshow, but we do have the slides here to show and to share. Okay, here we go right here. Boom. Let's bring this up. All right. So there's a couple of questions, all right. Now notice Ishmael. Now I don't know if you can see this right here. Let's clear the screen right there. Okay, yeah. All right. So remember Lot's children, right? The Moabites, the Ammonites, then Median, right? Also from Abraham, the Midianites, the Midianite tribes, right? Then we have Esau. Just show it's a family affair, right? Yeah. Esau. Isn't it interesting that how Esau, in proper ancient Hebrew enunciation, Esau, 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 Esau. All right, not Esau. That's English. That's Western. That's European Gentile pronunciation. Esau, Esau. All right. Doesn't that sound a lot like Isa, like Isa, the one that the Mohammedans tell us is Jesus? But then there were Arab-speaking Jews and Christians, and they all said his name as Yeshu. What? They said his name as what? As Yeshu. You mean like Yeshua? Yeah, so the real Arab-speaking Jews, a lot of them were killed off. Just read the story about Muhammad and Islam, you know what I'm saying? A lot of them were killed off and everything, or they were forced to convert. But the point is that a lot of Arab-speaking Jews and Christians, right, they said Yeshua's Jesus' name as Yeshu. But then, what was it, 600 years later, right, Mahmud comes along and he says his name is actually Esau. Isa. Okay, that's all I question. There's a lot of inconsistencies, right? I get it. They're trying to do some, like, some what they call syncretism, in a sense. You're trying to bring it all together, but it really doesn't fit, right? So here we have Ishmael, right? You see the Ishmael's direction. Oh, well, if you don't know the direction, that direction be going back to Egypt, right? Going back to Egypt. So these are just a few questions that we have right here. And let's see over here. These are some of the slides he was going to share, right? What if I told you Ishmael, and therefore Abraham, is of no relation to the one the world calls Mahmud or Muhammad, right? What if I tell you that the Arabs of that time were actually Edomites? Edomites mixed with Ishmaelites. Remember, Esau married two Hittite women, and then when he saw that when he saw that Yaakov, that Jacob was blessed even after the so-called the false stolen blessing scene, right? Because the blessing and the birthright go together. So the one in the narrative really was lying, right, and deceptive was Esau. But people often say, oh, the blessing was stolen. No, the blessing and the birthright, we have to understand culture, it goes together, right? And it's obvious that Esau, that he what they call it, he suppressed that witness. He hid that, right? He acted like he was still, he didn't say, hey, I actually stole my birthright. So if you steal your birthright, how can you get that blessing? You see the blessing and birthright go together. You see that right there? But even after that whole scene and incident, what do we notice happens next? The next thing that we notice in the next chapter, right, Jacob gets blessed again, right? And he's told, don't marry, right, a woman of the Canaanites, right? Don't marry a woman of the Canaanites, right? So after that, Esau, what does Esau do? Esau goes to get a woman of Ishmael, one of the daughters of Ishmael, right? So we're saying something like this right here. You got the Ottoman Turkish ones, right? Now remember that what we call Turkey today, where the Ottoman Empire was. This is where the Hittites were. Are you getting the point? Esau married 2 Hittite women. Yeah, right? Later on, this will be called Turkey, right? And then if you know anything about world history, the Ottoman Turks, right? Like, this has a lot to do with the whole Palestine thing and everything else, the confusion around that, right? Then we had Ishmael, right, whose mother is an Egyptian, right? You know, we can say basically from ancient Egypt at that time, a black woman. Let's cut the folly. These people that are there today, we know about the Ottoman Turks. You see the Ottoman Turk guy? You see what I'm saying? They took that over, right? They took that over. So of course they claim that, oh, they were the ancient Egyptians. When if we study, we'll find that they were brought in by the whole Ottoman Turk Mohammedan invasion going wild in Arabia and East Africa and North Arabia, right? But that's just a related matter, just to present some of the facts on the table, because in this Torah reading and feeding, what we go through is we go through a whole lineage of Ishmael, right? So we can find out who concerning the Ishmaelites, right? But be that as it may, brothers and sisters and brothers, that's like one of the, when we talk about the struggle for succession, we can see it even today, in some of the religious political battles. See, really, these battles going today between the so-called Arabs and Jews, people think it's religious, it's about God. Well, yeah, God, of course, is concerned about what goes on in this, the true God, but it's really political, religious things that has a lot to do with most people's misapprehension of who's who. Right? If people really understood who's who, right, and held to that truth, all this would fade away, right? This is why it's so important for them to suppress, shadow ban and suppress, the accurate information. And we also have to do all in our power to make sure that we, share such reasonings, here and there. Also do our part. Hey, clip edit, clip farm it. You know what I mean? As well. Okay, so here's our main topic here, all right? The Rastafari Sarah, all right? And what His Imperial Majesty said, all right? But as we said, we was going to touch on what we're going to do right here. We do have today's daily song. We can come back around to it. Should we come back around to today's daily song? Or should we just, I think we should just touch on the first words here, the psalm, just the basic of the psalm, get right into Torah reading and feeding, right? And then if we have any time, hopefully we can, but definitely if you have questions or whatnot, do due diligence, write it down, write down the questions and, for this Torah reading and feeding. And when we have time to chop it up, willing, we will. But here, the first words.
First words of this 5th Torah portion, KHAYEI Sarah, the life of Sarah. And the life of Sarah was 100. Sarah. Wayihyu KHAYEI Sarah me'ata shana ve'asrima shana ve'shab'a shanim shnei KHAYEI Sarah. First words of this 5th Torah portion, KHAYEI Sarah, the life of Sarah. And the life of Sarah was 107 years. These were the years of the life of Sarah. Wayihyu KHAYEI Sarah me'ata shana ve'asrim shana ve'shab'a shanim shnei KHAYEI Sarah.
Yes. Pray to I. Yes. So that's the first words. Give thanks. First words right there. KHAYEI Sarah. Now, one thing, Rastafari Sarah. What are you talking about? Oh man. They're going. One's of course would have a question about it. So just to establish a basic point of reference fact right here. Right. Let's do this right here. So I had a screenshot of it, but We don't. Let's see if we can bring that. So we're going to select the speeches. We're going to select the speeches. I think we showed it earlier in the Shabua. Right? Let's go right here. Let's go Sarah. Right? As Sarah was to Abraham. Right? Yeah. Okay, one moment right here. Here we go. Here we go. So this is from selected speeches. Selected speeches. Right? And this is, you can see right there, it's on the, let's scroll up here. Right? It's on the passing, right, of Empress Menen. Right? You see right there, passing of Empress Menen. Right? And here's the second paragraph right here. Right? This is our point of reference. Right? As Sarah was to Abraham, so was she obedient to me. Now we also brought out Peter, right? Peter as well. We brought out Peter as well, right? So let's go over here, right? You know, like for Rastafari, Empress Menen almost becomes like a type, right? Like an example, like a model, so to speak, a model of virtue. And as Matthew goes into more of that right there, right? Let's go right here. Let's go daughters, right? Daughter. I'll put daughter right here. I think it's daughters, but sometimes take off the A and the H because New Testament, right? New Testament, they don't have a. Oh wow, that surprised me. Usually they don't have a H there like that. Okay, it was there. Even as Sarah, right? Let's go over here, bring this out right here. Right, let's search this right here. Okay, here we go. Even as let me do this like this. Since go all the way, right? Even as Sarah, what it says, obeyed. Notice the quote. Notice the quote. The quote here, right, is as Sarah, right, was to Abraham, right? As Sarah was to Abraham, so was she obedient to me. In case you can't see that part right there, let's just go here again. Boom, just to highlight it again. Right. As Sarah was to Abraham, right? So was, he didn't say so was she to me, but he says so was she obedient to me. Obedient to me. All right. Now, we have to also understand what obedience. Remember we talked about the Shema, how Shema, to hear, to obey, to feel, to hear. Doesn't mean that one, like he goes on to say, he says, let's go back up here. All of you knew her well, right? All of you knew her well, but she was more intimately known to me. Notice something about Sarah too in the biblical narrative, right? In the biblical narrative, we get a lot of information on Sarah. What about Noah's wife? Not too much there. Noah's wife. Enoch, did he have a wife? We don't. I mean, must have. You know what I mean? We don't get no information, right? We get a little bit of information of Hawa, of Eve, yeah. But we get to know Sarah much more better. Just want to point that out right here. So he says, all of you knew her well, but she was more intimately known to me. Basically saying she was my wife, right? My Isha, right? She was devoutly religious. So here's speaking of her faith. It's interesting with Sarah in the biblical narrative. Sarah, in a sense, she puts the blame, as it were, for the whole Hagar incident on Abraham. You know what I mean? It's kind of interesting how she does that right there. But then, in a sense, is she right? Isn't she right? She was devoutly religious and did not lose her faith, even in the time of hardship. Think about Abraham and Sarah, right? 75 years old was Abraham, right? Before he and she had their first child, Yitzhak, right? That was like 25 years. And it went through a lot of different things. According to the biblical narrative, Abraham and Sarah. So note why His Majesty, right, Abinu Malkeinu, right, our father, our king, our father Abraham is speaking on this. Did not lose, right? She did not lose her faith, even in the time of hardship, during the memorable days of our companionship. We never had differences. And this is the key. We never had differences that needed the intervention of others. You know, when people talk about what makes for a good relationship or marriage, yeah. What makes for a good relationship or marriage, different qualifications. We're not getting into all that, but we're just pointing out what His Majesty, our Godfather and King of Kings, what he says right here. He says, we never had differences that needed the intervention of others. And then he says this, as Sarah was to Abraham. So we're getting an example of principle, like externalizing the principle. So we see the principle in the scripture, but do we see this? When do we rarely see it in reality, right? But in His and Her Majesty, we do see this right here, and we even see His Majesty noting this. This means that this was in His thought, and no doubt, it was also, in her thought. As Sarah was to Abraham, so was she, as it says right here, obedient to me. Right? Now, of course, some people be like, oh, what does that mean? One is obedient, but I don't mean that you don't have differences. Right? Or you don't have a different opinion. And you know what I mean? Obedient, right? And we really understand Hebraically. But notice what 1 Peter 3:6 says, even as Sarah obeyed Abraham. Remember when she was complaining about Hagar acting up and everything? And Abraham said, like, she's under your authority. Do with her as you wish. And then Sarah did so. She obeyed Abraham. But notice what the scripture says right here. She obeyed Abraham. It says, calling him Lord. Now, on the coronation, there's a Psalm 45, and you can see that in the order of the coronation, Sarata Nix, right? The coronation book. You'll see that it quotes Psalm 45, right? How does the Psalm go again? Psalm 45. Hold on for a moment. Want to get the classic King James in. Don't want to really go from here to there, but you know what? For y'all, we should probably go there, right? Let's see right here. I want to keep this right here before y'all, right? Let's go over here. Boom, Lord and beauty. I know people are like, where you going? Lord and beauty. Okay, follow along. Lord and beauty, Psalm 45. You see Psalm 45? Now, Psalm 45 was one of the Psalms on the coronation day, the anointing. Right? When we say he's the anointed one, the anointed, the Moshiach, in the sense of the king who is anointed on the throne of David. Psalm 45:11 says, so shall the king, Melech, Ha-Melech, the Negus, even Negus and the guest, greatly desire thy beauty. Right? For he, thy Lord. You see what it says? Adonaic. Right? Getash. In them hard Getash. Adonaic. Your Adon. And worship thou him. Wow. You see right there? So this is the coronation day, right? This is the coronation day song, right? This is part of the order of the anointing, right? So when we make this connection, we're not just making this connection frivolously, and we're not even speaking on any so-called theology on that level. We're not trying to put a doctrine or dogma. We're saying that this really happened. This is what's really said. And this is the word of testimony. It testifies to something that if we're honest, just as called children of faith with Rastafari and true blue, we could say Israelites, and Judahites, just say, well, that's what the word is a living word, ain't it? So you see where it says, so shall the king greatly desire thy beauty, for he, thy Lord, worship thou him. In other words, prostrate to him, humble, fall down in your face. In the words, humble to him. Yes, worship thou him. Look, worship the king. Because what did Israel do? They worship Yahweh and the anointed king, right? And the duly anointed king, right? Like they did with David, right? As they did with Dawid, right? Greater David, greater son, right? Understand, right? So when we say Jah Rastafari, Jah, right? Or Yah, name of God, and then we have the king, the anointed king, Rastafari. See, people ask why, but we point to that verse in Chronicles where it said they worship the Lord and the king. And then if you read the context, the king there was Dawid, right? So in worship, we worship the Lord, and then we prostrate to the king. Why? Because the king has the honor of Yahweh upon him. Right? And that would be disrespectful. Now, if the king is off, if we have a king that's off, well, he has to deal with the Almighty. But it's for us to do that which is proper, right? And prosper. Right? So even as Sarah obeyed Abraham, so you see the connection right there? Calling him Lord. Oh, let's bring this up. Verse 6. So 1 Peter 3 and 6. So we had to go to Psalm 45. Here, 1 Peter 3 and 6. Even as Sarah obeyed Abraham, calling him Lord, whose daughters y'all are. So to all the ones with all the Empress Omega, reasoning and rhetoric, hear the words of I and I, Godfather and King of Kings, concerning, our Godmother, right, and Queen of Queens. Take a minute, right? Even as Sarah obeyed Abraham, calling him Adon, whose daughters y'all are. And you'll find that when we went over the narrative, this Torah reading, well, actually the previous two, right? Because this one, it's an announcement that Sarah has passed, right? Just as we bring out the announcement over here that Sarah has passed. You know what I'm saying? That Sarah has passed, right? It's interesting over here because boom, 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 right? Just so I wanted to get the date of that. This was February 15th, right? February 15th, 1962, right? February 15th, 1962, right? And there's more there that we can touch on as well. It's very, very interesting right here. Let's go over here, right? Right, and we can see how it lines up. That means that if she was as Sarah, then that means His Imperial Majesty being as Abraham, for I and I that receive the truth, whose daughters y'all are, right? Empress men and daughters. Well, Sarah's daughters, she called Abraham Lord. The question we should ask is, where did she call him Lord? In particular, in the scenes where she was told that she's going to have, a son, right? She says, my Lord, like, am I going to have pleasure? My Lord being old also, my Lord. And who would have, for my Lord. So you see that in that scene there, right? But it's also teaching us, about, proper order, right? Within a holy and a royal household, right? Y'all are, as long as y'all do well. As long as y'all do well. So if you do bad, well, that's not what a daughter of Sarah. You know what I'm saying? As long as y'all do well and are not afraid with any amazement, right? So let's scroll down here just to keep it balanced, right? So to speak, right? Likewise, your husbands dwell with, right? Dwell with according to knowledge. According to what? According to knowledge. Da'at. Giving honor to the wife, to the Isha, as to the weaker vessel. I know. You're thinking like a Gentile, right? This is coming from Hebrew mind, right, through the Greek language here, right, into the translation as the more vulnerable vessel. I often use this analogy. A man is likened to like a steel mug, and a woman is likened like to precious china. The china, like crystal china. So you have like some type of glasses, or like you have a glass, right? A pitcher, right? And then you have a glass pitcher that's made out of fine crystal. It's expensive. It's beautifully cut. But you don't want to drop it. Now imagine you throw both of them against the wall, right? Which one will recover better? Of course, a steel mug. But what will happen to the weaker vessel? You remember, a vessel, something that contains something in, right? But it's weaker, it's more subject, it's more vulnerable. The more vulnerable vessel could have been a way that, it could have been translated, but that's the way it should be understood. As being ears, as being what? Ears. That means we inherit something. As being ears together of the grace of life. The grace of life, what Sarah also demonstrates here in the Torah narrative, right? And also, right, in the revelation reality, what it take a minute, right? Kamawi will let the Georgis manifest, and that relationship, right? Abraham, Sarah, right? His Majesty, her Majesty, as being ears speaking to us, right? Remember, speaking to the wife, the woman, and speaking to the husband, right? Being ears together, ears separately, no, ears together, ears together of the grace of the what? The grace of life. It don't say ears together of life. It says the ears together of the grace of life. All right. Life without grace is not really good. May we have grace in our lives and liberty. Bashem Yeshua HaMoshiach. Yes, I. May we have grace. All right. That's your prayers. But here's the key part. Right. That Peter, that Kepha is telling us that your prayers, that our prayers be not hindered. So this is almost advice to couples, as it's called, or together units, man and woman, right, that are in the way, the truth, and the life, right? So that your prayers, are not hindered, right? And it's not just saying your prayers when you pray together, but when you pray separate, because you're still before Yahweh are a unit, you still are one, right? You still are one. So you're praying for good things for yourself, but against your husband, and then like this is nonsense. No. It's the grace of life that your prayers be not hindered. Right? All right. We could go on in that, but this was our main, this is our main subject matter. Of course, there's more there, right? For after this manner in the old time, the holy woman. Remember he said that she was deeply religious? That's to say, the holy woman, the woman that sought to live a set apart life, right? Of faith, or the true faith, right? Also, who trusted in who? Who trusted in the Xavier, who trusted in Elohim, the sustainer, right? Adorned themselves, being in subjection. And we can see this with her majesty, right? Both being in subjection, but still being of honor and have a role and responsibility as a virtuous woman, as a Eshet Chayel, right? Right? But being in subjection to their own husbands, right? It goes on, even as Sarah obeyed Abraham, calling him Lord, whose daughters y'all are, right? As long as you do well and not afraid with any amazement. So you see right here, so in understanding what his majesty really means, because remember he gives the key. He says, for my part, I glory in the Bible, right? So when he's saying this right here, right, within the context of what's going on here, in the context of this, the passing of Empress Menen, the context here, it definitely doves with the context that we have here in this Torah reading and feeding. So, right, without further ado, I touch a little bit on Psalm 2, right? The Rastafari Sarah, right there. Boom. There we go. All right. Let's pause that right there. Let's bring this up. We have today's daily psalm, the second psalm. The whole why do the heathen, right? Why do the heathen rage, right? Why do the heathen rage psalm?
And the man bowed down his head and worshipped Yehovah and worshipped
So today's daily psalm is Psalm 2, the second psalm. The first psalm is a psalm of two ways: the happy, the blessed, right? The way of the blessed and the way of the cursed. But the psalm of the two ways, we have Psalm 1, the two ways for individuals, and then we have Psalm 2, the two ways for nations and people groups. We could say groups, namely in the context of the psalm, for nations, for nation groups. Shema Yisrael, hear. They have today's daily psalm here in the season, the reason for the season.
Shalom, Chavarим. Here we have today's daily psalm. We have Psalm 9 according to the royal order of Ethiopian Hebrews.
Psalm 2.
Mizmor bet.
Why do the heathen rage?
Lama rageshu goyim.
And the people imagine a vain thing.
Uleumim yehegu rik.
The kings of the earth set themselves.
יתייצבו מלכי ארץ,
And the rulers take counsel together.
ורוזנים נוסדו יחד.
Against the Lord and against his anointed.
על אדוני ועל משיחו.
Saying, let us break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us. He that sitteth in the heavens shall laugh. The Lord shall have them in derision. Then shall he speak unto them in his wrath, and vex them in his sore displeasure. Yet have I set my king upon my holy hill of Zion. I will declare the decree. The Lord hath said unto me, Thou art my son, this day have I begotten thee. Ask of me, and I shall give thee the heathen for thine inheritance, and the uttermost parts of the earth for thy possession. Thou shalt break them with a rod of iron. Thou shalt dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel. Be wise now, therefore, O ye kings. Be instructed, ye judges of the earth. Serve the Lord with fear, and rejoice with trembling. Kiss the Son, lest he be angry, and ye perish from the way, when his wrath is kindled but a little. Blessed are all they that put their trust in him. Are ye not as children of the Ethiopians unto me? O children of Israel. Are ye not as children of the Ethiopians?
למה רגשו גויים ולמימי הגוריק התייצבו מלכי הארץ ברוזנים נוסדו יחד על אדוני ועל משיחו למה רגשו גויים ולמימי למה רגשו גויים ולמימי הגוריק למה רגשו גויים ולמימי הגוריק למה רגשו גויים ולמימי הגוריק התייצבו מלכי הארץ ברוזנים נוסדו יחד על אדוני ועל משיחו לנתקה את מוסרתמו ונשליכה ממנו אבותמו יושב בשמיים ישחק אדוני לגלמו אז ידבר אלימו באפו ובחרונו יבעלמו ואני נסחתי מלכי על ציון הקודשי אספר אל חוק אדוני אמר אליי בני אתה אני היום ילדתיך שאל ממני ואתנה גויים נחלתך ואחוזתך אפסי ארץ תרום בשבט ברזל ככלי יוצר תנפצם ואתה מלכים השכילו יבשרו שופטי ארץ יפדו את אדוני בעירה וגילו ברעדה נשקו בר פנינה ותעבדו דרך כי בר כמעט אפו אשרי כל חוסה בו אשרי כל חוסה בו אשרי כל חוסה בו תשמור למה רגשו גויים ולמימי הגוריק למה רגשו גויים ולמימי הגוריק למה רגשו גויים ולמימי הגוריק התייצבו מלכי הארץ ברוזנים נוסדו יחד על אדוני ועל משיחו לנתקה את מוסרתמו ולאים טובה למה רגשו גויים ולמימי הגובה למה רגשו גויים ולמימי הגוריק
Do you hear? It a go red hot, down Joseph. When Jack come from Bozrah with his garment dipped in blood.
מזמור ב'
Why do the heathen rage?
למה רגשו גויים,
And the people imagine a vain thing,
ולאומים יהגו ריק.
The kings of the earth set themselves.
יתייצבו מלכי ארץ.
And the rulers take counsel together.
ורוזנים נוסדו יחד.
Against the Lord and against his anointed.
על אדוני ועל משיחו.
Saying, let us break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us. He that sitteth in the heavens shall laugh. The Lord shall have them in derision. Then shall he speak unto them in his wrath, and vex them in his sore displeasure. Yet have I set my king upon my holy hill of Zion. I will declare the decree. The Lord hath said unto me, Thou art my son, this day have I begotten thee. Ask of me, and I shall give thee the heathen for thine inheritance, and the uttermost parts of the earth for thy possession. Thou shalt break them with a rod of iron. Thou shalt dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel. Be wise now, therefore, O ye kings. Be instructed, ye judges of the earth. Serve the Lord with fear, and rejoice with trembling. Kiss the Son, lest he be angry, and he perish from the way, when his wrath is kindled but a little. Blessed are all they that put their trust in him.
Lion of Judah Society.
When I say more, you say fire. More fire.
Yes. Just a touch. And two ways for nations. Let me see if I can. What was that? Wow, that was 22. Here. Let's bring it back to 22. Right, 22nd slide right here. Let's slide it. Close. Okay, we have a hit. Yeah, there we go. Okay, obey. Remember, we just was speaking on that from the words of Godamawi, Nagus, and Nagas, his Imperial Majesty. The Hebrew word Shema means to hear and to like comprehend, understand, like hear and like to feel it, right? Bringing out the sense of to obey, right? To obey, to hear so clearly that you understand so well that you obey naturally. What's interesting with the word sema and shema also has a sense of to feel, in a sense, like when somebody says, you hear me, you feel me, you hear it, yes, but you hear it, right? So clearly that you understand, overstand, and that you obey, right? You obey it naturally, right? The sense of Shema Yisrael. So we say Shema Yisrael, like hear, O Israel, but also having the sense of obey. Before we ride up right here, just to bring out the Shema section. There's that verse, the days of heaven. Because we were talking about the Aliyah earlier, the political significance of the Aliyah, right? The political significance in the sense of politically, the right of return, as the mighty Hebrew, I think it was on the Sarnetta JJ 7000 was hosting it, and he'll up to Brother Zion Watch Out. He also came in, made a good point concerning the Federation and the Rastafari and the Ethiopia-Africa connection there as well. But here, before we ride up with that, the Tefillah opening section, the full of the Shema, we're looking up days of heaven on earth as the days of heaven. Right, there we go. It's 11:21. So this is part of the Shema Yisrael, the opening invocation, right, before prayer and worship, right, according to the custom. Here, Deuteronomy chapter 6, verses 4-9. Then we have Deuteronomy chapter 11, as we right here, 11, verses 13-11. And then we have in the full of the Shema. So ones will say Shema Yisrael, right? They basically just say, like, that verse there, Deuteronomy 6 verse 4. But the full, and this is good for those in the bar and the bat mitzvah training, for the ones who want the bar and the bat mitzvah training. Let me just note this right here. Okay, this is around the 1 hour 30 mark. Wow. Let's get right into this 1 hour 30 mark, because ones have been asking about the whole bar mitzvah, whether for their children, right, or also even for themselves, for ourselves, the things that we need to go through for ourselves, some of the basics, become sons and daughters of the commandment, take that, make that words of our mouth, meditation of our heart. Deuteronomy chapter 6 verse 4. So often the Shema will be just a verse, right? But the full is the verse 4, Deuteronomy 6 and 4 to verse 9. And then the full after that, Deuteronomy chapter 11 verses 13 to 21. And then lastly but not leastly, Numbers chapter 15. This concerns like the fringes. Numbers chapter 15, and a reminder to keep it, right? Numbers chapter 15 verses 37 to 41. So this is the full part of the tefillah, the prayer, here. But this is the verse I want to show, because we saw with the aliyah. Some people think when the aliyah, it means like to ascend. So some might think it means to send them to the heaven. This is where the Gentile Christians kind of got confused, because in their beliefs they had all this kind of spooky heaven thing, in a sense, they're going to go up into heaven and this and that. But Hebraically, we understood it, for the real metaphor in the functional sense, as Deuteronomy 11:21 says. It says that your days may be multiplied. All right. Remember, this is connected with the full of verse 13. So from verse 13. When we get to this verse here, it says that your days may be multiplied, plus, right? Plus, multiply, multiplication, right? The tau, the true cross, the plus sign, right? The plus sign and the times, the aleph tau, right? Multiply, right? And the days of your children, the days of your sons, in the land that Yahweh swear to your fathers, the patriarchs, to give them. This context here is not just to their personal fathers, personal daddies, but according to the context of scripture, it's to the patriarchs. The Hebrew, we say the trinity of patriarchs, the triunity of Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov, right? To give them, as what it says right there, as the days of heaven up on the earth. Anyone knows the what's called the Our Father prayer, the Lord's Prayer? All right, thy kingdom come, thy will be done in earth, upon earth, in earth, as it is in heaven, may be done in earth. Here it says, as the days of heaven, Shemayim, up on the earth, that are upon the earth. You know what I'm saying? Thy kingdom come, thy will be done. All right, thy kingdom come, thy will be done, right, in earth, as it is in heaven. So just to show that idea there, even in the Our Father prayer, has its groundation, has its root, has its context here. So Shema Yisrael, hear, O Israel.
Yes, sir.
Hear, O Israel.
Shema Yisrael.
The Lord our God,
Adonai Elohenu,
is one Lord.
Adonai Echad.
And thou shalt love the Lord thy God with all thine heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy might. And these words which I command thee this day shall be in thine heart. And thou shalt teach them diligently unto thy children, and shalt talk of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, and when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt bind them for a sign upon thine hand, and they shall be as frontlets between thine eyes. And thou shalt write them upon the posts of thy house, and on thy gates, my gates. And it shall come to pass, if ye shall hearken diligently unto my commandments which I command you this day, to love the Lord your God, and to serve him with all your heart and with all your soul, that I will give you the rain of your land in his due season, the first rain and the latter rain, that thou mayest gather in thy corn, and thy wine, and thine oil. And I will send grass in thy fields for thy cattle, that thou mayest eat and be full. Take heed to yourselves, that your heart be not deceived, and ye turn aside and serve other gods and worship them. And then the Lord's wrath be kindled against you, and he shut up the heaven, that there be no rain, and that the land yield not her fruit. And lest ye perish quickly from off the good land which the Lord giveth you. Therefore shall ye lay up these my words in your heart and in your soul, and bind them for a sign upon your hand, that they may be as frontlets between your eyes. And ye shall teach them your children, speaking of them when thou sittest in thine house, and when thou walkest by the way, when thou liest down, and when thou risest up. And thou shalt write them upon the doorposts of thine house, and upon thy gates, that your days may be multiplied, and the days of your children, in the land which the Lord sware unto your fathers to give them, as the days of heaven upon the earth, 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 upon the earth. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and bid them that they make them fringes in the borders of their garments throughout their generations, and that they put upon the fringe of the borders a riband of blue. And it shall be unto you for a fringe, that ye may look upon it, and remember all the commandments of the Lord, and do them. And that ye seek not after your own heart and your own eyes, after which ye used to go a-whoring, that ye may remember, and do all my commands, and be holy unto your God. I am the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt, to be your God. I am the Lord your God.
God is watching you.
Yes, 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 yes. So here, Saram, Yesharam Idme, Yesaram Idme, Chaye Sarah, the life of Sarah. So right there, a little full of the Shema Yisrael, days of heaven upon the earth. So here, let's pick up. Here, Queen Makeda, Shema Yisrael in Hebrew.
והיו הדברים האלה אשר אנוכי מצווך היום על לבביך ושיננתם לבניך ודיברת בם בשבתך בביתך ולכתך בדרך ובשכבך ובקומך וכתבת מאוד על ידיך והיו לטוטפות בין עיניך וכתבתם על מזוזות ביתך ובשעריך.
Stranger in a land that is not theirs, and they shall enslave and oppress them for 400 years. In the fourth and in the last generation, yes, you shall journey into captivity a second time in ships, because you have rejected his instructions.
All right, so let's get to the instructions right here. Here for this Torah reading and feeding, Chayei Sarah. So we have Genesis chapter 23 to Genesis chapter 25:18. Genesis chapter 23 to Genesis 25:18. Here, first Aliyah here. So we got the first and second Aliyah, the third and fourth reading, and the fifth and sixth, and then the seventh by itself. So 2, 2, 2, and 1 Aliyah. So right here, this week's Torah reading and feeding, the first and the second reading. There we go, right there. Shema Yisrael. Hear this.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Sabbatical strong here for this Torah portion, reading and feeding here for the Rishon Aliyah, for this Shabbat KHAYEI Sarah. In the beginning, and here, Shema Yisrael, give ear, O Yisrael. Smi Ethiopia hoy, Smi Jerusalem here for the fifth Rastafari Sabbatical strong here for this Torah portion, reading and feeding here for the Rishon Aliyah, for this Shabbat KHAYEI Sarah, the life of Sarah. Here picking up the first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that is called Genesis chapter 23. Here, Shema Yisrael, the Sefer Bereshith, in the beginning, the Hebrew book known as Genesis chapter 23. For the Rishon Aliyah, for the first reading, the Rishon Aliyah, the first up offering, the Rishon Aliyah, the first offering up for this Shabbat KHAYEI Sarah. Wayehyu KHAYEI Sarah, Mea Shana, Ve'asarim Shana, Ve'eshva'a Shanim, Shnei KHAYEI Sarah. The death and burial of Sarah. And Sarah was 107 and 20 years old. These were the years of the life of Sarah. Wayehyu KHAYEI Sarah, Mea Shana, Ve'asarim Shana, Ve'shva'a Shanim, Shnei KHAYEI Sarah. And the life of Sarah was Wayehyu KHAYEI Sarah, 107 and 20 years. Mea Shana, Ve'asarim Shana, Shava'a Shani. These were the years of the life of Sarah. Shnei Hayei Sarah. And Sarah died in Kiryat Arba. In Kiryat Arba, the same as Hebron, in the land of Canaan. And Abraham came to mourn for Sarah and to weep for her. And Abraham stood up from before his bed and spake to the Bnei Chet, to the sons of Het Lemor, saying, Gira ve'toshava anoki, imakem tnu ali, echuzata kavera imakem, ve'ekreba meiti milafanai. I am a stranger and a sojourner with you. Gira ve'toshava anoki imakem. Give me a possession of a burying place with you. Tnu li echuzata kavera imakem, that I may bury my dead out of my sight. Ve'ekabra meiti milafanai. And the children of Heth, the sons of Heth, the Bnei Chet, answered Abraham, saying to him, Waya'nu b'nei Cheta et Avraham lemor lau, Shema'aynu Adoni, Nesi Elohim, Hata b'tocheinu, B'mibachara, Bareinu, Kvor eta meitika isha mimenu, eta kerbo, lo yikale, mimaka, mikavora meitika. Hear us, my Lord, Shema'aynu Adoni. Thou, the I, art a mighty prince amongst us, amongst I and I. Nisi Elohim, you are a prince with the true God. Nisi Elohim, Ata Be'atokeinu. In the choice of our sepulchres, bury thy dead. None of us shall withhold from thee his sepulchre, but that thou mayest bury thy dead. And Abraham stood up and bowed himself to the people of the land, even to the Bnei Chet, to the children of Heth. And he communed with them, saying, If it be your mind that I should bury my dead out of my sight, hear me, and entreat for I to Ephron, the son of Zohar, that he may give me the cave of Machpelah, which he has, which is in the end of his field. For as much money as it is worth, he shall give it me for a possession of a burying place amongst you. And Ephron dwelt among the Bnei Chet, the children of Heth, and Ephron, the Hittite, answered Abraham in the audience of the Bnei Chet, in the audience of the children of Heth, even of all that went in at the gates of his city, saying, Nay, nah, Adoni, hear me, hear I. The field give I thee, I, and the cave that is therein, I give it thee, I. In the presence of the sons of my people, give I it thee, I. In the presence of the sons of my people, give I it thee. Bury thy dead. And Abraham bowed himself before the people of the land, and he spake to Ephron in the audience of the people of the land, saying, But if thou wilt give it, I pray that I hear me, hear I will give thee money for the field. Take it of me, and I will bury my dead there. And Ephron answered Abraham, saying to him, Adoni, hearken to I. The land is worth 400 shekels of kesef, of silver. What is that betwixt I and the I? What is that betwixt I and I? Bury therefore thy dead. And Abraham hearkened to Ephron. And Abraham weighed to Ephron the kesef, the silver, which he had named in the audience of the sons of Heth, 400 shekels of kesef, current money, with the merchant. And Shema Yisrael, hear Yisrael, for the Sheni Aliyah, for the second reading, the Sheni Aliyah, the second offering up here for this Shabbat KHAYEI Sarah, Sabbath, the life of Sarah. Here pick up the first book of Moses, Hebrew book called Genesis chapter 23, here at verse 17, for the Sheni Aliyah. Wayakama Sedeh Ephron, Asher Bamakapella, Asher Lifneya Mamreya, Ha Sade, with Hamara, Asher Bow, with Kola, Ha Eitza, Asher Basade, Asher Bekola, Gabulo Saviv. And the field of Ephron, which was in Machpelah, which was before Mamre, the field and the cave which was therein, and all the trees that were in the field, that were in all the borders round about, were made sure. Wayakam Sideh Ephron Asher Ba-Machpelah, and the field of Ephron, and the field of Ephron, which was in Machpelah, Ba-Machpelah, Asher Lifneya Mamre, which was before Mamre, the field and the cave, which was therein, Hasad where Hama'ara, and all the trees that were in the field, Asher Bawa Wukol Ha'etza, Asher Basad, that were in the borders round about, in the borders round about, Asher Basada, Asher Bekola Gavulo Saviv, were made sure, Wayakam, to Abraham for a possession in the presence of the Bnei Chet, the children of Chet, before all that went in at the gates of his city. And after this, Abraham buried Sarah Ishto, Sarah his Isha, his wife, in the cave of the field of Machpelah before Mamre, the same as Hebron, in the land of Canaan. And the field and the cave that is therein were made sure to Abraham for a possession of a burying place by the Bnei Chet, by the sons, the children of Chet. And here, picking up with this Shabbat KHAYEI Sarah, first book of Moses, Hebrew book called Genesis chapter 24, a bride for Yitzchak, a bride for Isaac. And Abraham was old and well stricken in age, and Jehovah had blessed Abraham in all things. And Abraham said to his eldest servant of Beito, of his beit, of his house, that ruled over all that he had, put, I pray thee, thy hand under my thigh, and I will make thee swear by Yahweh, by Jehovah, Elohim of Shemayim, and the Elohim of Haaretz, of the earthly plane, that thou shalt not take a Isha, Eshet, and Oset to my son of the daughters of the Canaanites, among whom I dwell. But thou, the eye, shall go to my country and to my kindred, and take a Isha, a Eshet, a Osed to my son Yitzchak. And the servant said to him, peradventure, perhaps, the woman, the Isha, the woman will not be willing to follow me, to follow I to this land. Must I needs bring thy son again to the land from where thou camest? And Abraham said to him, beware, thou, the eye, bring not my son thither there again. Yahweh Elohei Shamayim, Jehovah the Elohim of heaven, who took I from my father's beit, my father's house, and from the land of my kindred, and who spake to I, and that swear to I, Lemor, saying, to thy seed Zarikah will I give this land. He shall send Melacho, his angel, before the eye, and thou, the eye, shall take a Isha, Eshet, and Oset to my son from there. And if the woman, the Isha, will not be willing to follow thee, then thou shalt be clear from this my oath. Only bring not by me my son thither there again. And the servant put his hand under the thigh of Abraham, his master, and swore to him concerning that matter.
Hear, O Israel, hear, O Israel. What does Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Achad, hear, O Israel, hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. What does that really mean? And why is it important?
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
And here, Shema Yisrael, here for the Shalishi Aliyah. And here, Shema Yisrael, here for the Shalishi Aliyah, here for this Shabbat KHAYEI Sarah, Sabbath, the life of Sarah. Senvet Yesaram Idmei. Here picking up the first book of Moshe, the Hebrew book that's called Genesis chapter 24, here at verse 10, for the Shalishi, here for the third Aliyah, the third reading, the third Aliyah, the third up offering, the third Aliyah offering up here, for this Shabbat KHAYEI Sarah. Wayikach Ha-Ebeda Sarah Geralima mina maleya Adonayo waya yeleka wakola tu Adonayo di yado waya kama waya yeleka eta erama neharaim illa ira nahora. And the servant took 10 camels of the camels of his master and departed, for all the goods of his master were in his hand. And he rose and went to Mesopotamia, to the city of Nahor. Waya yikacha ha-ebeda isara ge'malima mi ge'male Adonai. And the servant took 10 camels of the camels of his master. Waya yelek. And departed. Wayelech with kolatuba donayo biyado. For all the goods of his master were in his hand. Biyado. Wayakam. And he rose. Wayakam. And he rose. Wayeleka il erama naharayim. And went to Mesopotamia, went to Aram Naharaim, Aram of the two rivers. Wayelecha il Arama Naharaim, il Ir Nahor, to the city of Nahor. And he made his camels to kneel down without the city by a well of water at the hour of the evening, even the time the hour that woman go out to draw water. And he said, Wayomar Yehovah Elohei Adoni Abraham Hakrena. And he said, Oh Jehovah, the Elohim of Adoni, of my Lord, my Adon, Abraham, I pray thee, send I good speed this day, and shew kindness to Adoni Abraham, to my Adon, to Adoni Abraham. Behold, I stand here by the well of water, and the daughters of the men of the city come out to draw water. And make it come to pass that the damsel to whom I shall say, Let down thy pitcher, I pray thee, that I may drink. And she shall say, Drink, and I will give thy camels drink also. Let the same be she that thou that I hast appointed for thy servant Yitzhak, Isaac. And thereby shall I know that thou that I hast shewed kindness to Adoni, to my master. And it shall come to pass, and it came to pass, before he had done speaking, that behold, Rebekah came out, who was born to Bethuel, son of Milcah, the wife, the Isha of Nahor, Abraham's brother, with her pitcher upon her shoulder. And the damsel was very fair, very beautiful to look upon, a virgin, neither had any man known her. And she went down to the well and filled her pitcher and came up. And the servant ran to meet her and said, Let me, I pray thee, drink a little water of thy pitcher. And she said, Drink, Adoni, drink, my lord. And she hasted and let down her pitcher upon her hand and gave him drink. And when she had done giving him drink, she said, I will draw water for thy camels also until they have done drinking. And she hasted and emptied the pitcher into the trough and ran again to the well to draw water and drew for all his camels. And the man, wondering at her, held his peace to it, whether Yahweh Jehovah had made his journey prosperous or not. And the man, wondering at her, held his peace. La da'ata ha hitzaliach Yahweh darko to know whether Yahweh Jehovah had made his journey, his way, his journey prosperous or not. La da'at ha hitzaliach Yahweh darko lo. And it came to pass, as the camels had done drinking, that the man took a golden earring of half a shekel weight and 2 bracelets for her hands of 10 shekels weight of gold, and said, Whose daughter art thou, the I? Tell me, I pray the I. Is there room in thy father's house, thy father's bait for us, for I and I, to lodge in? And she said to him, I am the daughter of Bethuel, the son of Milcah, who she bare to Nahor. She said moreover to him, We, I and I, have both straw and provender enough, and room to lodge in. And the man bowed down his head and worshipped Yahweh and worshipped Jehovah. And hear, O Yisrael, Ethiopia, hoi semi, Joshua, Zimbi, semi, Ethiopia, Shema, Yisrael, hear, and hear for the Rabbi, here for the 4th Aliyah, the 4th up offering, 4th reading for this Shabbat, KHAYEI Sarah, Sabbath, the life of Sarah, here for the Rabbi, the 4th reading, the 4th up offering, picking up with the first book of Moses, Genesis chapter 24, here at verse 27, for the Revi'i. Vayomer Baruki Hoa Elohei Adoni Avraham Asher Lo Azava Chasdo Wa Emito Me'im Adoni Hanokia Ba Derek Na Hani Hoa Beita Echei Adoni. And he said, Blessed be Vayomer, and he said, Baruki Yehovah, blessed be Jehovah. Baruki Yehovah, Elohei Adoni Abraham, the Elohim of my Adoni Abraham, who hath not left destitute my master, Adoni, of his mercy and truth. Baruki Yehovah, Elohei Adoni Abraham, Asher lo azava chasdo wa emito. Me'im Adoni. I, Anoki, being in the way. Anoki, Badarek, Yahweh, Jehovah, led I. Nachani, Yehovah, Jehovah, led I. Nachani, Yehovah, Beita Echei Adoni. Jehovah led I to the bait, to the house of my master's brethren. Vayomer Baruki Yehovah Elohei Adoni Abraham Asher lo azab chasdo v'almito me'im Adoni Anoki Baderek Nachani Yehovah Beita Echei Adoni. And the damsel ran and told them of her mother's house these things. And Rebecca had a brother, and Shemo, his name was Laban. And Laban, ran out to the man, to the well. And it came to pass, when he saw the earring and bracelets upon his sister's hand, and when he heard the words of Rebecca, his sister, saying, Thus, like this, spake the man to me, that he came to the man, and behold, he stood by the camels at the well. And he said, Come in, thou the eye blessed of Yahweh of Jehovah. Wherefore standest thou without? For I have prepared habait, the bait, the house, and room for the camels. And the man came into habait, into the bait, into the house, and he ungirded his camels, and gave straw and provender for the camels, and water to wash his feet, and the men's feet that were with him. And there was set meal before him to eat. But he said, I will not eat until I have told mine errand. And he said, Speak on. And he said, I, Abraham's servant, Yahweh Jehovah, hath blessed Adoni, my master, greatly. And he is become great, and he hath given him flocks and herds and silver and gold and men servants and maid servants and camels and asses. And Sarah, my master's Isha, Eshet, Oset, bare a son to my master Adoni when she was old. And to him hath he given all that he hath. And Adoni, my master, made I swear, Lemor, saying, thou shalt not take a wife, a Isha, a Eshet, an Oset to my son, to Beni, of the daughters of the Canaanites, in whose land I dwell. But thou shalt go to my father's bait, my father's house, and to my kindred, and take a Isha, a Eshet, an Oset, to Beni, to my son. And I said to Adoni, my master, peradventure, perhaps, the woman, the Isha, will not follow me, will not follow I. And he said to me, he said to Yahweh, Jehovah, before whom I walk, before whom I trod, will send Malako, his angel, with thee, and prosper thy way. And thou, the I, shalt take a Isha, Eshet, Oset, for Beni, for my son of my kindred, and of my father's bait, my father's house. Then shalt thou be clear from this, my oath, when thou comest to my kindred. And if they give not thee, what? Thou shalt be clear from my oath. And I came this day to the well and said, Yahweh, Elohei, Adoni Abraham, Jehovah, the Elohim of Adoni Abraham, my master, my Lord Abraham, if now thou do prosper my way, which I go, behold, I stand by the well of water. And it shall come to pass that when the virgin, the damsel, cometh forth to draw water, and I say to her, give me, I pray thee, a little water of thy pitcher to drink. And she say to I, both drink thou, and I will also draw for thy gemalim, thy camels. Right? The same be the woman, the Isha, whom Yahweh Jehovah hath appointed out for Adoni's Bane, my master's son. And before I had done speaking in my heart, behold, Rebecca came forth with her pitcher on her shoulder, and she went down to the well and drew water. And I said to her, let me make I drink, I pray thee. And she made haste and let down her pitcher from her shoulder, and said, drink, and I will give thy camels drink also. So I drank, and she made her gemalim, the camels, drink also. And I asked her, and said, whose daughter art thou, the I? And she said, the daughter of Bethuel, Nahor's son, whom Milcah bare to him. And I put earring upon her face, and the bracelets upon her hands. And I bowed down my head and worshiped Yahweh Jehovah, and blessed Yahweh Elohei Adoni Abraham, and blessed Jehovah, the Elohim of Adoni Abraham, the Elohim of my Lord Abraham, who had led I in the right way to take my master's brother's daughter to Beno, to his son. And now, if y'all will deal kindly and truly with Adoni, with my master, tell me, and if not, tell me, that I may turn to the right or to the left. Then Laban, and Bethuel answered and said, the thing proceedeth from Yahweh, from Jehovah. Can I speak to thee, bad or good? Behold, Rebecca is before thee. Take her, and go and let her be thy master's son's Isha, Eshet, Oset, wife, as Jehovah hath spoken. And it came to pass that when Abraham's servant heard their words, he worshipped Yahweh Jehovah, bowing himself to the earth. And the man bowed down his head and worshipped Yahweh, and worshipped Jehovah.
Hear, O Israel, hear, O Israel. What does Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Echad? Hear, O Israel, hear, O Israel. The Lord, our God, the Lord is one. What does that really mean? And why is it important?
שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד. שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד. שמע
And here, Shema Yisrael. Here, give ear, Yisrael. Here, for the Hamishi, fifth of offering, the fifth reading, the fifth aliyah here for this Shabbat KHAYEI Sarah, Sabbath life of Sarah. Here, picking up the first book of Moses. And here, Shema Yisrael. Here, give ear, Yisrael. Here, for the Hamishi, aliyah here for the fifth of offering, the fifth reading, the fifth aliyah here for this Shabbat KHAYEI Sarah, Sabbath life of Sarah. Here picking up the first book of Moses, Hebrew book called Genesis chapter 24, here at verse 53 for the Hamishi aliyah, the fifth reading, the fifth of offering here. Wayotzei ha'eveda kleya kesef Uwa kleya zahava, uwa bi'agadim, wayitena le'ribka, uwa migadanota natana le'achiha, ula imaha. And the servant brought forth jewels of silver. Wayotzeya ha'eveda kleya kesef. And jewels of gold. Ukleya zahav. And raiment, uabikadim, and gave them to Rebecca, he gave also to her brother and to her mother precious things. Migadanot natana le achiha ula imaha. And they did eat and drink, he and the men that were with him, and tarried all night. And they rose up in the boker in the morning and said, Send I away to Adoni, to my master. And her brother and her mother said, Make the damsel abide with us, with I a few days, at the least 10. After that she shall go. And he said to them, Hinder I not, seeing Jehovah hath prospered my way. Send me away that I may go to Adoni, I may go to my master. And they said, we will call the damsel and quiet her mouth. And they called Rebecca and said to her, Wilt thou go with this man? And she said, I will go. And they sent away Rebecca their sister, and her nurse, and Abraham's servant, and his men. And they blessed Rebecca, and said to her, Thou art our sister, be thou the mother of thousands of millions, and let thy seed, thy race, possess the gate of those which hate them. And Rebecca arose, and her damsels, and they rode upon the camels, and followed the man. And the servant took Rebecca, and went his way. And Yitzhak, Isaac, came from the way of the well Lahayaroi, for he dwelt in the Negev in the south country. And Yitzhak and Isaac went out to meditate in the field at the eventide. And he lifted up his eyes and saw, and behold, Hagmalim, the camels were coming, and Rebecca lifted up her eyes. And when she saw Yitzhak, Isaac, she lighted off the camel. For she had said to the servant, What man is this that walketh, that trideth in the field to meet us, to meet I? And the servant had said, It is my master Adoni. Therefore she took a veil and covered herself. And the servant told Yitzhak, Isaac, all things that he had done. And Yitzhak and Isaac brought her into Imo, his mother Sarah's tent, and took Rebecca, and she became Eshto. She became Osato, his wife, and he loved her. And Yitzhak, Isaac, was comforted after Emo, after his mother's death. And here, Shema Yisrael, here for the Sheishi, here for the Sheishi, the sixth Aliyah, the sixth reading, the sixth up offering, here for this Shabbat KHAYEI Sarah, Sabbath, the life of Sarah. Here, picking up first book of Moses, Hebrew book called Genesis chapter 25. Abraham weds Keturah. Abraham weds Keturah. Why Yosef Abraham? Why Yikacha Isha? Ua Shemaha Keturah. Then again, Abraham took a wife. Why Yosef Abraham? Why Yikacha Isha? And her name, Ua Shemaha, Ushemaha. And her name, Ushemaha, Keturah. And her name was Keturah. And she bare him Zimran, and Jokshan, and Medan, and Median, and Ishbak, and Shua. And Jokshan begat Sheba and Dedan. And the sons of Dedan were Ashorim, and Letushim, and Leumim. And the sons of Median, Ephah, and Hanok, and Abida, and Eldaah. All these were the children of Keturah. Yitzhak, Isaac, heir of all things. Verse 5. And Abraham gave all that he had to Yitzhak, to Isaac. But to the sons of the concubines who Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts and sent them away from Yitzhak, Banayo, from Isaac his son, while he yet lived, eastward to the east country. The death of Abraham. Verse 7. And these are the days of the years of Abraham's life, which he lived, 160 years. Then Abraham gave up the ghost, and died in a good old age, an old man, and full of years, and was gathered to Amor, his people. And his sons, Yitzhak and Ishmael, Isaac and Ishmael, buried him in the cave of Machpelah, in the field of Ephron, the son of Zohar, the Hittite, which is before Mamre, the field which Abraham purchased of the sons of Bnei Chet, the sons of Heth. There was Abraham buried, and Sarah, Ishto, Sarah his wife. And it came to pass after the death of Abraham that Elohim blessed Baino, his son Banayo, Yitzhak, blessed his son Isaac, and Yitzhak, Isaac, dwelt by the well, La Hai Roi,
Hear, O Israel, hear, O Israel, hear, O Israel, hear, O Israel. What does Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Echad, hear, O Israel, hear, O Israel, the Lord, our God, the Lord is one. What does that really mean? And why is it important?
So here, the seventh and final Aliyah right here. Shema Yisrael. Final Aliyah here.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
For the Torah reading and feeding, KHAYEI Sarah.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad.
Here, Shema Yisrael, here, Geveo Yisrael, here for the Shavi'i, here for the seventh reading, the seventh up offering, seventh Aliyah, here for this Shabbat, here, Shema Yisrael, here, Geveo Yisrael, here for the Shavi'i, here for the here, Shema Yisrael, here, Geveo Yisrael, here for the Shavi'i, here for the seventh reading, the seventh up offering, seventh Aliyah, here for this Shabbat, KHAYEI Sarah. Sabbath, life of Sarah. Senbet, Yesaram, Itmei. Here picking up the first book of Moshe, Hebrew book that's called Genesis chapter 25. Here at verse 12 for the Shavi'i, for the seventh reading. The generations of Ishmael. With El Toldota Yishmael, Ben Abraham Asherah, Yalda, Hagara, Ha Mitzarita, Shifahata Sarah, le Avraham. Now these are the generations of Ishmael. With Eile Toldota Ishmael ben Avraham, Abraham's son, whom Hagar the Egyptian, Asher Yalda Hagar HaMitzrit, the Kemetic, the Egyptian, Sarah's handmaid, Shifachat Sarah, bear to Abraham, Asher Yalda Hagar HaMitzrit, Shifachat Sarah le Abraham. And these are the names, the names of the sons of Ishmael by their names according to their generations. The firstborn of Ishmael, Nabayot, and Kedar, and Abdil, and Mibsam, and Mishma, and Duma, and Masa, Hadar, and Tema, Jetur, Nafish, and Kedema. And here for the Maftir, verse 16, here for the Maftir reading for this Shabbat KHAYEI Sarah. Eilehema b'nei Yishmael, with Eile Shemotama be'chatza rehem uvatiyarotama shenem asar nesiim le uamotam. These are the sons of Ishmael, and these are their names. Eilehim b'nei Ishmael. These are the sons of Ishmael. Eile shemotam, and these are their names by their towns and by their castles. B'chatzarehem ube'tiyarotam. 12 princes according to their nations. Shneim asara nesiim le umotam. And these are the years of the life of Ishmael, 137 years. And he gave up the ghosts and died, and was gathered to Amor, his people. And they dwelt from Havilah to Shur, that is, before Mitzrayim, before Egypt, before Kemet, as thou goest toward Assyria. And he died in the presence of all his brethren. Thus concludes the Torah portion reading for this Shabbat KHAYEI Sarah. Kabur lekalu, kabur dimsku, kabur lahailu. Glory be to the word, glory be to the sound, glory be to the power. Kabur le abatachin, le negusachin. Glory be to Abin Melkain. Glory be to our Father and King. Glory be to Kadamawi Haile Selassie, the first power of the Trinity. Beshem Yeshua HaMoshiach. In the name of Adonai, Yeshua HaMoshiach. Yes, I, Rastafari. Amen.
Yes. Heard this chant here. I'd like to share this, but we move on to the Haftarah, the prophet's reading. So here, having completed, let's share this right here for this KHAYEI Sarah. So here, Torah portion, 5th Shavua here, KHAYEI Sarah being fulfilled. The Torah reading, Genesis chapter 23, verse 1 to chapter 25, verse 18. Went through the 7 readings here. First reading to 7th reading. Now we have the prophet's reading here. The Haftarah reading, 1 Kings chapter 1, focus verses 1 to 31. Has a theme of, bring it up right down here, the theme here, the struggle for the succession, the ascension of Solomon. I'd like to tie that in with after Abraham's passing, him giving gifts, him also getting married again. Now there's this, I didn't even want to really touch on it, but you might come across it and might wonder, like, hey, why not just break this down and expose it? Some people are saying that Rachel, because of the misreading, because they're Gentile-minded, they got the wrong mind for this Torah studies and for properly understand the scripture, they imagine that Rebecca was like 3 years old. They're totally misreading the narrative right there. They're acting as though, well, after Sarah died, right, that immediately Abraham went to get a wife. But actually, when you read the narrative right there, if you really read the narrative correctly, you get to see that it was much older, and she was also much older. Because they misread the narrative, but I don't want to get into it, but I think we need to get into it to show the points of scripture so ones can see that for themselves. They try to say that he was like 40 something years old and she was 3 years old because the previous Torah portion that mentions how Abraham had heard, right, that his brother, had children. But you hear that your brother has children, doesn't mean that they're born that very minute. It wasn't like he got on social media, and he could go to Facebook and say, oh, wow, boom, it just happened just now. No. Even when people heard things, they heard things, when the message or messenger will come, or somebody will come through and bring that news, be that as it may. She was of proper age, and so was the patriarch. But we'll get into more of that right there. Here for the Empress and Sarah, a namesake here. Treat her like an empress. Right? So that means that Abraham, in that sense, was like, he was like a king, even a king of kings. But here. Treat her like an empress. Check it. Treat her like an empress.
Lion of Judah Society.
Oh, Chan. I did that. Yes, a little to right there. Yes, I was speaking, but the mic was off. But yeah, that was Prof I. Now, Prof I, he's an elder, and there's some things that we don't agree with him on some histories, but the roster for I, some have roster for me, you know what I mean? But still, as an elder, there's something that we do agree with. But there was Prof I. Like to have that reason, Prof I, if you get to check this out. But yes, Naya Bingi drummers right there. While we was, doing some work, bringing forward, the Torah reading and feedings and teaching, we came across this chant there. I said, chant, this is very good right here. Seeing, the regard that the called, chosen, and faithful have for the Queen Mother. Honor thy father and thy mother. Our Godfather, the King of Kings, and our Godmother. And then, of course, the words that Gurmawi Nagusa Neges, His Imperial Majesty, says. We touched on that early on the passing of Empress Menin, on her passing, and the connection of as Sarah was to Abraham, so was she to me. And as His Majesty teach us, for my part, I glory in the Bible. And then we're putting together, what he actually said. He didn't say that she was like as Sarah, but she was obedient. Then we have the First Peter quote right there, so we built on that a little earlier right there. I think that's a excellent clip farm right there. Take out the music so you don't get no strikes, on that right there. They're there, but treat her like an empress. So with the setting of one, we could say sun, so to speak, one light, we get the rising of the next. We get Rebecca, right? We get Rebecca right here. And no, she was not 3 years old. That's the fake Abrahamic thing that others be talking about. The isms and schism, Mohammedanism. That's over there. They do that kind of thing. Not over here. You know what I mean? But here we get the rise. So with the setting of like Sarah's matriarchal light, so to speak, right? For continuity, we get the rise of a new matriarch. We get Rebecca right here. But to treat her like an empress, yeah, check it out. Prof I, Naya Bingi drummers. We have that little Rhema tune, for honoring, honor thy father, thy mother, both the personal, but also of us as a people, our elders right there. And so I said, disagree with Prof I on some things, some of his perspective, however, still, that was a beautiful tune right there, and I hope that I them enjoy it. But also for I and I brothers and sisters, especially those of the elect of Rastafari, that you understand the connection, the connection that's being made, and hopefully, build on more of it. So we're just presenting just the facts, the evidence, right here, not getting into, possible theology, especially with the verse from, what was that? It was Psalm 45, the Coronation Day Psalm. Yeah, Avram Ha-Ibri. I got to touch on the Ibri connection too as well. But Rebecca, and they blessed Rebecca and said to her, our sister, Achotenu, Achot Shalanu, Achotenu, our Achot. She's an Achot, sister. Our sister, may you become the mother of thousands. Now, it's something very interesting, even according to the royal order and linguistically with the Amharic Yeshimabet, this sense of names and the meaning of names. May you become the mother of thousands, right? Of 10,000s, of it's not really, it's summed up as thousands, but this is say like a large number, you know what I'm saying? And may your descendants, may your children, your sons especially, possess the gates of those who hate them. Now, this is interesting, the baraka that her family also gave to her. But here, a wife for Yitzhak. This often is also sometimes referred to as Torah reading and feeding as a wife for Isaac. a wife for Isaac. And even within the narrative, there's some of a Hebrew love story. I'm not going to call it romance because that's getting into the whole romantic, the whole Roman thing right there. But it has like a love story element to it as well. But there's some interesting points that we need to kind of go over again. So we get the first, right? The first of the Hebrew Trinity of the patriarchs and matriarchs. Here we get Abraham and Sarah. Abraham and Sarah. Now also note how many years, right, did Abraham live even afterward? Because remember the narrative, or at least it's Sarah who actually says a few times that he is old. He's old. But it's interesting here, the servant actually says that, it was Sarah that was old, that be it. Because remember that Abraham, in a sense, it's interesting. We just look at the narrative, not getting all religious, but just looking at reality. He's a rolling stone. One saying he's old, but he goes on after Sarah. He has another wife. He calls her wife, of the children. And then there is the matter of the succession, right? Who would be the proper and the rightful heir? Remember, there was Ishmael. Ishmael was the literal firstborn. So we got to speak about this firstborn. The firstborn in man's eyes is not necessarily the firstborn in Yahweh's eyes. Remember, Yahweh had already promised Abraham and Sarah such things. But of course, Sarah, she had a suggestion. She had an idea. She proposed it to Abraham, concerning Hagar and Ishmael, and Ishmael came from that. So there's a matter of succession, right? The order of succession, right? So Empress Menen, Rastafari, Sarah right here. So right here, let's move this forward, right, to where we're at right here. So we have First Kings. Let's bring this up on the screen. First Kings. Here we move forward to the Haftarah, the second of the Trinity of readings right here. Here, First Kings chapter 1, right, concerning succession to the Davidic throne. Here, Shema Yisrael. Here we go. Shema.
Hear, O Israel. Hear, O Israel. Hear, O Israel. Hear, O Israel. What does Shema Yisrael, Yahweh Eloheinu, Yahweh Echad, hear, O Israel. Hear, O Israel. The Lord, our God, the Lord is one. What does that really mean? And why is it important?
שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד. שמע ישראל, אדוני אלוהינו, אדוני אחד.
Book of First Kings, chapter 1, verses 1 to 31. Now King David was old and stricken in years, and they covered him with clothes, but he got no heat. Wherefore his servants said to him, Let there be sought for my master the king a young virgin, and let her stand before the king, and let her cherish him, and let her lie in thy bosom, that my master the king may get heat. So they sought for a fair damsel throughout all the coast of Israel, and found Abishag, a Shunammite, and brought her to the king. And the damsel was very fair, and cherished the king, and ministered to him, but the king knew her not. Then Adonijah the son of Haggith exalted himself, saying, I will be king, and he prepared him chariots and horsemen, and 50 men to run before him. And his father had not displeased him at any time in saying, Why hast thou done so? And he also was a very goodly man, and his mother bare him after Absalom. And he conferred with Joab the son of Zeruiah, and with Abiathar the priest, and they followed Adonijah and helped him. But Zadok the priest, and Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, and Nathan the prophet, and Shimei, and Rei, and the mighty men which belonged to David were not with Adonijah. And Adonijah slew sheep and oxen and fat cattle by the stone of Zohelet, which is by En Rogel, and called all his brethren, the king's sons, and all the men of Yehudah, the king's servants. But Nathan the prophet, and Benaiah, and the mighty men, and Solomon his brother, he called not. Wherefore Nathan spake to Bathsheba, the mother of Solomon, saying, Hast thou not heard that Adonijah, the son of Haggith, doeth reign, and Dawid our master knoweth it not? Now therefore come, let me, I pray thee, give thee counsel, that thou mayest save thine own life, and the life of thy son Solomon. Go and get thee into the king Dawid, and say to him, Didst not thou, my master, O king, swear to thine handmaid, saying, Assuredly Solomon thy son shall reign after me, and he shall sit upon my throne? Why then doeth Adonijah reign? Behold, while thou yet talkest there with the king, I also will come in after thee, and confirm thy words. And Bathsheba went into the king, into the chamber, and the king was very old, and Abishag the Shunammite ministered to the king. And Bathsheba bowed and did obedience to the king, and the king said, What wouldest thou? And she said to him, My master, thou swearest by Yahweh thy Elohim Baruch to thine handmaid, saying, Assuredly Solomon thy son shall reign after me, and he shall sit upon my throne. And now behold, Adonijah reigneth. And now, my master the king, thou knowest it not. And he has slain oxen, and fat cattle, and sheep in abundance, and have called all the sons of the king, and Abiathar the priest, and Joab the captain of the host. But Solomon thy servant have he not called. And thou, my master, O king, the eyes of all Israel are upon thee, that thou shouldest tell them who shall sit on the throne of my master the king after him. Otherwise it should come to pass, when my master the king shall sleep with his fathers, that I and my son Solomon shall be counted offenders. And lo, while she yet talked with the king, Nathan the prophet also came in. And they told the king, saying, Behold, Nathan the prophet. And when he was come in before the king, he bowed himself before the king with his face to the ground. And Nathan said, My master, O king, hast thou said Adonijah shall reign after me, and he shall sit upon my throne? For he is gone down this day, and have slain oxen and fat cattle and sheep in abundance, and have called all the king's sons and the captains of the host, and Abiathar the priest, and behold, they eat and drink before him, and say, Elohim Baruch save King Adonijah. But me, even me, thy servant, and Zadok the priest, and Benaiah the son of Jehoiada, and thy servant Solomon, have he not called? Is this thing done by my master the king, and thou hast not showed it to thy servant, who shall sit on the throne of my master the king after him? Then King Dawid answered and said, Call me Bathsheba. And she came into the king's presence, and stood before the king. And the king sware and said, As Yahweh liveth, that have redeemed my soul out of all distress, even as I swear to thee by Yahweh Elohim Israel, Baruch, saying, Assuredly Solomon thy son shall reign after me, and he shall sit upon my throne in my stead. Even so will I certainly do this day. Then Bathsheba bowed with her face to the earth, and did reverence to the king, and said, Let my master the king Dawid live forever. Amen. Kebole kwalu, kebole demsu, kebole hailu, kebo ketamawi haile shalai sinagus nagese Ethiopia, Yeshua Shalom.
Lion of Judah Society.
Yes. So even right there, another good book, Ethiopic Fita Negest. Also makes mention of both Absalom, David's two sons. One was bold, one was presumptuous. Absalom and Adonijah and Adonijah. So there, just a little portion about the succession. Remember, David had at least I think about seven, about seven or so wives, roughly, but he had more than he had, like Abraham, there were other children, right? So it came down to who would be the proper successor. And, here we have Adonijah, assuming the throne, and what was done to clarify the succession. So very, very important scene, but it appears again in the Fit on the Guest. And it also is referenced, at least within the Sarata Nix. So when we speak about, the royal order of the Ethiopian Hebrews, speaking about the conquering line of the tribe of Judah, the fact is that this scene here in the scripture, is one of study and one of point of reference, that even within the constitution of His Majesty, the Constitution of Ethiopia, right, especially the revised constitution, also in the Fit and the Guest, as well as in the coronation liturgy, Absalom, and Adonijah are pointed to, even in some of the oaths within the royal house, the crown council in the royal house, right? There's certain oaths that are taken, and within those oaths is a reminder of not being as Absalom and not being as Adonijah. So that's an interesting point of reference. Hopefully we can get to that point of reference right there. But here, just to seal up the 3 for 3. So here we had the prophets reading from and give thanks, right hand of fellowship to our fellow Chaber, to Ras Sahar Ahad, to Farai for the reading right there. 1 Kings chapter 1 from verse 1 to verse 31. So here, moving to the Brit Chadasha, the renewed covenant reading, new covenant reading, New Testament reading. Here, Matthew chapter 1, focus verses 1 to 17, and 1 Corinthians chapter 15, focus verses 50 to 57. So right here, to keep it moving. Shema'ah, Shema'ah, Yisrael. Hear, O Israel. Hear. Yes, I, Rastafari. Here we go.
Shema Yisrael, Adonai Eloheinu, Adonai Echad. 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 Adonai Echad. Adonai Echad.
The Brit Chadasha Chadis Kidan Renewed Covenant reading for RSS number 5, KHAYEI Sarah, the life of Sarah. From Matthew chapter 1, verse 1 through 17, and 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 50 through 57. We begin B'Shem Ha'ab V'Habein V'Ruach HaKadosh Yahuwah Ahad. In the name of the Father, and the Son, and the Holy Spirit, He who be, who He be, the One. Matthew chapter 1, verse 1, Aleph, verse 2, Beit. Sefer Toldot Yeshua HaMashiach, Ben David, Ben Abraham. Abraham holid et Yitzchak, Yitzchak holid et Yaakov, Yaakov holid et Yehuda, et Achayu. The book of the generation of Yeshua HaMashiach, of Jesus Christ, the son of David, the son of Abraham. Abraham begot Isaac, and Isaac begot Jacob, and Jacob begot Judah and his brethren. And Judah begot Phares and Zara of Tamar, and Phares begot Esrom, and Esrom begot Amram, and Amram begot Aminadab, and Aminadab begot Naason, and Naason begot Salmon, and Salmon begot Boaz of Rahab, and Boaz begot Obed of Ruth, and Obed begot Jesse. And Jesse begot David the king, And David the king begot Solomon, of her that had been the wife of Uriah. And Solomon begot Rehoboam, and Rehoboam begot Abiah, and Abiah begot Asa, and Asa begot Josaphat, and Josaphat begot Joram, and Joram begot Uzziah, and Uzziah begot Joatam, and Joatam begot Ahaz, and Ahaz begot Ezekiah, and Ezekiah begot Manasseh, and Manasseh begot Ammon, and Ammon begot Josiah, and Josiah begot Jeconiah and his brethren, about the time they were carried away to Babylon. And after they were brought to Babylon, Jeconiah begot Salatiel, and Salatiel begot Zerubbabel, and Zerubbabel begot Abiud, and Abiud begot Eliakim, and Eliakim begot Azor, and Azor begot Sadok, and Sadok begot Achim, and Achim begot Eliud, and Eliud begot Eleazar, and Eleazar begot Matan, and Matan begot Jacob. And Jacob begot Joseph, the husband of Mary, of whom was born Yeshua, of whom was born Jesus, who is called Mashiach, who is called Christ. So all the generations from Abraham to David are 14 generations, and from David until the carrying away into Babylon are 14 generations, and from the carrying away into Babylon to Christ, to Mashiach, are 14 generations. 1 Corinthians chapter 15, verse 50, Nun, verse 51, Nun Aleph, verse 52, Nun Beit. Vezot ani omer achai, ki basar wadam lo yukal la reshet et malkut ha-Elohim, ואשר יקלה לא ירש את אשר לא יקלה. הנה סוד אגלה לכם, אנחנו לא כולנו נשען המוות, אבל כולנו נתחלף. ברגע אחד כהרף עין כתקוע השופר האחרון, כי יתקע בשופר המתים יחיו בלי כליון ואנחנו נתחלף. Now this I say, brethren, that flesh and blood cannot inherit the kingdom of Elohim, neither does corruption inherit incorruption. All believers will not die. Behold, I shew you a mystery. We shall not all sleep, but we shall all be changed. In a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump. For the trumpet shall sound, and the dead shall be raised incorruptible, and we shall be changed. For this corruptible must put on incorruption, and this mortal must put on immortality, the final victory over death. So when this corruptible shall have put on incorruption, and this mortal shall have put on immortality, then shall be brought to pass the saying that is written, Death is swallowed up in victory. O death, where is thy sting? O grave, where is thy victory? The sting of death is sin, and the strength of sin is the law. But thanks be to Elohim that giveth us victory through Adonenu Yeshua HaMashiach, through our Lord Jesus Christ. Kabur lakalu, kabur ladimtu, kabur lachailu, kabur lakeramawi, chayle salase, be Jesus Christos sim. Glory to word, glory to sound, glory to power. Glory to Abinu Melkenu, our Father, our King, the first power of the Trinity, in the name of Yeshua HaMashiach, Jesus Christ. Yes, I, Rastafari.
Lion of Judah shall break every chain.
Lion of Judah Society. Lion of Judah Society. Lion of Judah Society.
Yes, yes, yes. Shavua Tov, a good Shavua, new seven to come. Yes, yes, yes.
There's a lot of work to be done, oh gosh, in the promised land.
Yes, 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 yes. It's Torah reading and feeding here. Chayei Sarah, life of
There's a lot
Sarah.
of work to be done, oh gosh, in the promised land, in the promised land, in the promised land.
Okay, is this it right here? Yeah. Oh, okay. Hold on for a moment. Something I want to show you right here. Is this the slide here? Boom, there we go. One more. Okay, on the colors. Okay, yeah, you see on the screen. Okay, that was right there on the screen. You're seeing it all. Yeah, so on the Shalom, remember the Shalom? We had to read on Shalom. Which psalm was it? It was Psalm 4. Because we was pointing to the verse 8. Right? Could be substituted for some of these things that sometimes people teach their children, I'll lay me down to sleep and shall not wake and all this kind of stuff. No. Psalm 4, verse 8. Bishalom, in peace. And we see the breakdown and build up, peace. We have shalom, le shalom, to pay, right? The sense of making it good, shalom, peace. Also, peace in the sense of well being, like health, healthiness, soundness, not being injuredness, and to complete, shalom, to complete, to perfect, but also the sense to pay. So right there, that's what we wanted to show the other day, but we wasn't sure which suitcase it was in right there. But that's it right there. He paid the complete price, right, for our perfect peace, right? Le shalom. So just to get a better understanding of shalom, because peace, peace, but what does it mean, Chavarim? So right here, after the Shabbat, right here, the Baracha, a blessing going forward. It's a new Shabua, right? A blessing going forward. We have Psalm 144, one of the Sabbath seal psalms, so after Shabbat, as well as invoking of a word of blessing for the new Shabbat, the new cycle of seven, to come of the new Shabbat right here. So here. Let's bring it out. Psalm 144, Psalm 1444 right here. Sabbath seal psalm. So after the Sabbath calm comes the intrusion of the world, business, occupation, labor, and this psalm here invokes a baraka, a blessing, an empowerment to prosper. Of course, it uses language that some might say, oh, that's like kind of military kind of language right there, but I don't know if you've heard the saying, they say that business, it's nobody's business to teach you business. That's another saying. It's nobody's business. But the Torah, we learn business. But here, we learn the business after the Shabbat calm, the Shabbat rest and refresh. We begin a new cycle. And upon that, we invoke the baraka, the blessing and empowerment to prosper on the works of our hands and our way forward as we begin off with the first day, second day, all the way to the next Shabbat day. So, Psalm 144. Business is another form of war, so to speak. So, yeah, well, hear it for yourself. Yes, I, Rastafari. Yes, I.
מזמור קמ"ד לדוד.
Blessed be the Lord, my strength, my strength.
ברוך אדוני צורי.
Blessed be the Lord, my strength, which teacheth my hands to war and my fingers to fight.
ברוך אדוני צורי, המלמד ידיי לקרב, אצבעותיי למלחמה.
My goodness and my fortress.
חסדי ומצודתי.
My high tower and my deliverer.
מסגדי ומפלתי.
My shield and he in whom I trust.
מגיני ובו חסידי.
who subdueth my people under me, people under me, people under me, people under me.
הרודד עמי תחתיי, 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 תחתיי.
Lord, Lord, Lord.
Adonai, 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 Adonai.
What is man that thou takest knowledge of him, knowledge of him, knowledge of him, knowledge of him?
מה אדם ותדעהו, 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 ותדעהו.
Or the son of man that thou makest account of him? Man is like to vanity. His days are as a shadow that passeth away. Bow thy heavens, O Lord, and come down. Touch the mountains, and they shall smoke. Cast forth lightning and scatter them. Shoot out thine arrows and destroy them. Send thine hand from above. Rid me and deliver me out of great waters, from the hand of strange children, whose mouth speaketh vanity, and their right hand is a right hand of falsehood. I will sing a new song unto thee, O God. Upon a psaltery and an instrument of 10 strings will I sing praises unto thee. It is he that giveth salvation unto kings, who delivereth David his servant from the hurtful sword. Rid me and deliver me from the hand of strange children, whose mouth speaketh vanity, and their right hand is a right hand of falsehood, that our sons may be as plants grown up in their youth, that our daughters may be as cornerstones, polished after the similitude of a palace, that our garners may be full, affording all manner of store, that our sheep may bring forth thousands and 10,000s in our streets, that our oxen may be strong to labor, that there be no breaking in nor going out, that there be no complaining in our streets. Happy is that people that is in such a case. Yea, happy is that people whose God is the Lord.
Adonai, 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 Adonai.
Lion of Judah Society.
It a go red out down Joseph. When Jah come from Bozrah with his garment dipped in blood.
מזמור ב' למה רגשו גויים ולאומים יהגו ריק יתייצבו מלכי ארץ ורוזנים נוסדו יחד על אדוני ועל משיחו. ננתקה את מוסרותינו ונשליכה ממנו עבותינו. יושב בשמיים יזעק אדוני ילעג למו. אז ידבר אלמו ואפו ובחרונו יבהלמו. ואני נסחתי מלכי על ציון הר קודשי. אספרה אל חוק. אדוני אמר אלי, בני אתה, אני היום ילידתיך. שאל ממני ואתנה גויים נחלתך, ואחוזתך אפסי ארץ. תרועם בשבט ברזל, ככלי יוצר תנפצם. ועתה מלכים השכילו, הבשרו שופטי ארץ, עבדו את אדוני ביראה, וגילו ברעדה. נשקו בר פן יענף, ותאבדו דרך, כי יבער כמעט אפו, אשרי כל חוסדו.
Psalm 2.
מזמור ב'.
Why do the heathen rage?
למה רגשו גויים?
And the people imagine a vain thing.
ולאומים יהגו ריק.
The kings of the earth set themselves.
יתייצבו מלכי ארץ.
And the rulers take counsel together.
ורוזנים נוסדו יחד.
Against the Lord and against his anointed.
על אדוני ועל משיחו.
Saying, let us break their bands asunder and cast away their cords from us. He that sitteth in the heavens shall laugh. The Lord shall have them in derision. Then shall he speak unto them in his wrath, and vex them in his sore displeasure. Yet have I set my king upon my holy hill of Zion. I will declare the decree. The Lord hath said unto me, Thou art my son, this day have I begotten thee. Ask of me, and I shall give thee the heathen for thine inheritance, and the uttermost parts of the earth for thy possession. Thou shalt break them with a rod of iron. Thou shalt dash them in pieces like a potter's vessel. Be wise now, therefore, O ye kings. Be instructed, ye judges of the earth. Serve the Lord with fear, and rejoice with trembling. Kiss the Son, lest he be angry, and ye perish from the way, when his wrath is kindled but a little. Blessed are all they that put their trust in him. Trust in him, 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 trust in him.
So right there, we had Psalm 144. Just again, we shared Psalm 2 that corresponds to fulfillment of the Shabbat KHAYEI Sarah, the psalm for that Torah portion for the Shabbat day now and moving forward ever, backward never. We have a new Shabbat right here, and the Baracha, the blessing on our works and our family, our lives in the way, the truth, and the life. We had Psalm 144. Right, 144, and here we have Psalm 67, two psalms that are recited after the Shabbat, because they contain blessings, words, sounds of blessing. So here, Shema Yisrael, hear this, yes, here we go.
Psalm 67.
מזמור ס"ז למנצח בנגינות מזמור שיר.
God be merciful unto us, and bless us, and bless us, and bless us.
אלוהים יחוננו ויברכנו, יאר פניו איתנו.
Cause his face to shine upon us,
Selah.
That thy way may be known upon earth,
לדעת בארץ דרכך, דרכך, דרכך.
by saving health among all nations, all nations, all nations, all nations.
בכל גויים ישועתך, ישועתך, ישועתך.
Let the people praise thee, O God. Let all the people praise thee. O let the nations be glad and sing for joy. For thou shalt judge the people righteously and govern the nations upon earth. Selah. Let the people praise thee, O God. Let all the people praise thee. Then shall the earth yield her increase. And God, even our own God, shall bless us. God shall bless us, and all the ends of the earth shall fear him, shall fear him, shall fear him, shall fear him, shall fear him.
מזמור ס"ז למנצח בנגינות מזמור שיר. אלוהים יחוננו ויברכנו, יאר פניו איתנו סלע. לדעת בארץ דרכך, בכל גויים ישועתך. יודוך עמים אלוהים, יודוך עמים כולם. ישמחו וירננו לאומים, כי תשפוט עמים מישור, ולאומים בארץ תנחם סלע. יודוך עמים אלוהים, יודוך עמים כולם, ארץ נתנה יבולה. יברכנו אלוהים אלוהינו, יברכנו אלוהים, ויראו אותו כל אפסי ארץ.
Yes, 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 yes. Psalm 67, Psalm 67. Now, something I said I was going to do, I was going to just touch on, it was with a succession, seeing that the Haftarah, the prophets reading. Yeah, let's bring this up right here. The prophets reading from First Kings chapter, let's bring this out here. First Kings chapter 1, verses 1 to 31. Right here, hold on for a moment, page is slippery. There we go. First Kings, the struggle for the succession. So after Abraham passes away, there's also likewise a similar kind of a struggle. I mean, not an overt struggle, but who is the successor? Is it Ishmael? He's the oldest. Is it? What about the other 6 sons? Right. So within the narrative, let's see. We get back to that part. Which Aliyah was that? That was it chapter 25? Let's see if we can bring that out here and just touch on it right here. Let's go to chapter 20. Is it 25? Let's see right here. 24, 25. Boom, right here. No, it's 25. Right? Then again, right? So how did the last chapter end off? Last chapter ended off as, and Yitzhak and Isaac brought her into his mother Sarah's tent, and took Rivka, right, or Rebecca, I want to say about Rivka, right, and she became Ishto, she became his Isha, his woman, his wife, and he loved her, and Yitzhak, it says here, was comforted after his mother. Now, of course, people read death there, but actually in the Hebrew, the word death is not there. So this will be a little bit right here. Just a look right here, because looking at the time, it's already pushing right here. So Lila Tov, of course, Lila Tov, good night, and a Boker Tov, a good dawning, new day coming forward, the Yom HaRishon, aka the first day they call Sunday, and a Shabua Tov, right, for the whole Shabua, the whole set, right, of the days to come in the new Shabbat, the new week, the new strong. May it be Tawab, may it be Tov as well. By Shem Yeshua HaMoshiach, the glory of Abba, Father, Yahweh Eloheinu. Here. With this, it's an interesting chapter 67. Interesting, we just had Psalm 67. No direct correspondence, but interesting all the same. Verse 67. So Yitzhak, right, brought her into his mother Sarah's tent. You notice that the word death, you see the word death there? Because we made an emphasis, we made like a point about this, that in the first word or the first verse, Genesis chapter Bereshit 23 and 1. It doesn't come out in the translation, but we sought to bring it out, going, word by word in the verse, bringing out the verse. That first verse where we say Chayei Sarah, Chayei, the lives, the life of, often translates the life of, but properly in ancient Hebrew, the meaning, the spirit of the meaning, not just the letter, but the spirit right there is lives. Chayei, the lives of Sarah. So often when we say life, like the tree of life, it's like the tree of lives. It's chayim. Hebraically, it's a dual plural. A dual plural. We use an example from the scripture and from the triad of, this world and the world to come. In that sense, olam hazeh, this olam, and olam haba, that which is to come. Right? Be that as it may, in the first verse, 23 and 1, we have Chayei Sarah actually in the text twice. Right? Let's go back just one chapter. So here's the verse right there. Right? And Sarah was 107 and 20 years old. The words that are italicized are not there. These were is not there. It just says the years of the life of Sarah. But actually the translation is not quite right. It should say, and the life of Sarah. So you see when it says, and Sarah was 107 and 20 years old, it should really read, more really and truly read, Chayei Sarah. All right, let's bring this out here. We're gonna make a point with Yitzhak, with Isaac. Let's bring it out like this so we can go through the words right here with the Hebrew Strong's word. So here, Genesis 23, it says, Wayihyu. So Wayihyu, right, here we have, hold on for a moment, chat. I got to restart this computer. We have today's daily psalm is actually 64. We always like to touch on it a little bit. We might just touch on a couple of words on it, but we don't have any audibles, but still we can get into it. So here it says, Wayihyu. So the word here, let me bring it out, Wayihyu. Now, what some people talk about this foolishness about font types and allegations of vowels, we're not really dealing with that, not here. Wa and Yihyu. And they haya mean he was, Yihyu mean they were. Wa Yihyu, and they were. All right, so Wa Yihyu, what were? Chayei Sarah. So the next word here is Chayei. That word there, Chayei, the highlighted word Chayei, right? The lives of. Then we have the next word is Sarah, reading from right to left. So it says Wayihyu. So even the first word here, Wayihyu, right, properly translated, and they were, they became, and they were, they became, and they be, to say like they be, they were, they became, they be, Wayihyu. And they, so the root word here is haya. Haya means he was, or it was, or it became, it be, what it be, it was, right? So for the name Yahweh, the Hashem, right, those who know that Wahu Haya, and he Haya, he was, Wahu Howe, Yahweh, and he be, Wahu Yeh, Yahweh, and he will be, he who was, he who is, he who will be. But the Haya, Wahu Haya, and he was, and it be. So this literally means, so like in Hebrew, if we want to say it was, something was, we use Haya. Haya mean like it was, he, it was, right? But what we have here, the highlighted word right there is wa, the conjunction, the wild consecutive, some say, but the conjunction, and yihyu, and it be, and it was, wa yihyu, and it be, slika, and they be, wa yihyu, the u there, wa yihyu, and they were. So here it says, and they were the lives of Sarah. So it's saying that the lives, so using this to describe the life, it actually says the lives of Sarah, right? Like the word chayim. So what's the word in Hebrew? The eitz, chayim, the tree of life, the eitz. We say the tree, the eitz, the tree, chayim, the tree of lives, the tree of life, the eitz, chayim, literally the tree of lives. So when we say life in a singularity, within it is a dual form. It's like twofold, right? Twofold. We're not talking about any other kind of doctrines or kind of religious stuff or whatever. That we're not addressing. We just look at the Hebrew, what the Hebrew really says. Of course, people say, "Oh, that means reincarnation." Da 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 da. No, we're not going into that right here, right? Not saying that there's not some connection to this or that, but first thing first is just to understand what's before us. Wayihu, and they were Chayei, the lives of Sarah, Meah Shana, Meah Shana, Meah Shana, Meah. Two ways it may be said, Meah or Meah, Meah or Meah, right? Meah Shana. Here we have Meah Shana, Meah Shana, Meah. What is Meah? Meah or Meah is 100, keeping it 100, right? A hundo, right? Meah Shana were 100 year with Esrim Shana and Esrim, Esser is 10 in Hebrew. Esser, there we go, Esser. 10, or other form of it, Asara, Esser, right? The Esser Tadibarim, the 10 words. So here, when we say Esserim, this brings out the point too. You see the im or the ym right there? That is the male suffix dual plural. So this here, Esserim, is telling us 2 tens. So 2 tens, what is 2 tens? 2 tens is 20, right? Just how the Hebrew goes. Meah Shana, 100 year, with Esrim Shana, and 20 year, not years, but 20 year. So even the Shana is singular, right? So it's kind of interesting in Hebrew, in the biblical Hebrew, when we say a higher number, we make it singular. When we say a lower number, we make it plural. For example, right here, Meah Shana with Esrim Shana with Sheva Shanim. With Sheva what? Sheva Ma? Sheva Shanim. So here, this is the base word right there. But here in the text here, you can see Shanim, right? Shanim has 4 letters right here. And Shana over here has 3. If you can read the glyphs, that's Shana, right? And over here is Shanim. Shanim is like to say years. So this is Sheva, right? 7, Sheva, with Sheva, Shanim, and 7 years. Then it says Shane. Now this is the same word, but in the construct. This is a beautiful sentence to really teach. This is a beautiful sentence to teach, because year, it has year as singular, it has year as the dual plural, and it has year as the construct. What do I mean by construct? To say like the years of, if I say years of my life, right? Shane Chayai. I say Chayai. But here we have Chayei. So there's a difference between saying Chayai. Chayai is my life, my lives, my life. And Chayei is the years of. So say Shane, the years of Chayai, the lives of Sarah, translated as the years of the life of Sarah, but more fully, Shane Chayei Sarah, the years of the lives of Sarah. So here, let's bust this down a little simple. We went into the words, but let's get the plain Tanakh, all right? So let me highlight what we're saying right here. That the phrase life or lives of Sarah appear twice in the one verse, the opening verse. You see this right there? This is once right here. You see where it says the highlighted words, reading from right to left, is Chayei, the lives of Sarah. So even the verb Wayihyu, and they were, and they became, and they be, they were, they became, Wayihyu Chayei Sarah, the lives of Sarah, Meah Shana with Esrim Shana with Sheva Shanim, Shane, the years of Chayei Sarah. And here's the second time, right? Here's a second time in that verse, in the first verse. So you see, we had highlighted the first place right in the beginning, the second and third word, and then the last 2 words. But now, what does the translation say? Does the translation say, and they were, and the years, and the life of Sarah, at least saying the life of Sarah? Maybe they don't want to say Chayei, but Chayei is keeping it true. Chayei is the lives of, which means in everyone's life, there are many different lives. What do we mean? We might call it the different, back at that time, well, yeah, my life at that time. We even speak of our life at different time as though it was a different life. You remember when I was back then, or you remember back then, you remember such and such. Oh yeah, that was a whole different lifetime. People say that was a whole different lifetime. What it says, a whole different what? Lifetime. Though they understand it wasn't like, some reincarnation thing, so to speak. Now, even that is a whole other subject. I don't want to get into that. I want to first address some of the basics here. The word life in Hebrew, when we say like my life or the tree of life, it's always a dual plural. It's like the word we showed just a couple of moments ago, esrim. Esrim. What's esrim? Esrim means two tens, right? Or 10 dual. 2 tens, 10 dual. Eser-im. Eser yod mim, Eser-im, Esrim, right? So that's 2 tens right there, right? But the first verb tells you, and they were, right? If it was speaking singular, it'll be wahaya, right? Wahaya, right? But it says wayihu, and they were. So here, just want to show that there, the translation brings out this. And Sarah was. So what's the part that's inadvertently? What's the part that where did they mess up? Right? They messed up, right? When they put in, you see what it says, years old? Years old is years, but then they put chai. Chai means living. Chai means living, right? Chayai, right? My livings, my lives, my twofold sense, right? So this is for the chayim. So instead of putting life, you see what I'm saying? Instead of putting life there, right? What do they put? They put old, right? So a more proper translation. And the life of Sarah was or were, right? They were, they was, they were, right? They could say the life of Sarah were. If they put were there, then were kind of can connotate the they sense without getting into, the theological, right? The theological reasonings that can come from that, right? But the life of Sarah was 107 and 20. Actually, you see that's also something different there. The script actually says was 127 years. Do you remember? 127 years. Once again, just do this here. I'm gonna go slow, right here. So here we have Maya. Remember 100 Maya Shana. Shana is year, right? 100 year with Esarim. 20, 2 tens, 2 S's, Esarim Shana, with Sheva, right? Shanim. And 7, Sheba is 7. So the order of words is different than the translation, right? The translation says 107 and 20, but the Hebrew actually says 100 and Esrim Shana and 20. Remember the 20, Esrim comes right after the Maya, come after the 100, right? And then lastly, right, is Sheba, right, is 7 Shanim in the text, right? So those are two main points that really throw off the real meaning of it. So when we read it in English, we can get a sense of it. We get, okay, she was this old and then she passed away. Yeah, basically. But then from a Hebrew, the HD perspective, right, the Hebrew definition, we get more information. More information that's important to understanding, right, the fullness of it, right, but also in connecting with other things that often become like theological or doctrinal disputes because they are arguing off of the translation, right? And sometimes when they say like both can be correct, right? Like both sides, especially if what they're looking at is incorrect, right? They might feel and think something, but they can't really prove it or they haven't gone into it. So there's 2 points in this translation here that we want to point out just for the record, and I don't know if I haven't seen no one else really speak on this. Not saying that no one has spoken on it, but I've really seen no one speaking on this. And we've spoken on this as the Chaverim spoken on this for several years now in our Torah reading and feedings. But we just want to bring out both of them right here. Like one time we'll go into one point and maybe next time another point, but we brought both of these points right here because they make a big point. Right? 1 point is big enough, but in 2 points, that's not just large, that's luge. That's luge. All right, so why is this important? All right, because notice in the first verse where it says that Yahweh Eloheinu, he's not the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the Elohei Abraham, Elohei Yitzhak, Elohei Yaakov, is not the God of the Matim, right? But he's of the living, the Chayim, the living ones. Notice that when announcing here, even in the scripts, that Sarah has passed, it speaking of her life. Isn't that the important thing? Really, when someone passes, isn't the important thing their life? All right. Basically, of course, one's missed them, and that's all subjective. But objectively speaking, the important thing, if they're very important, if you're going to miss them, so forth and so on, is their life. Right. And this is what is brought out first. You notice it could have said that Sarah died. It could have actually been written, right? If it was like Gentile or others, they would say, well, Sarah died, right? And she was this old. But notice how the first verse, it zooms in on life. That's why I had to bring out that Chayei Sarah is here in this verse twice. So what they did was take, you see over here where it says life, Chayei, right? Sarah, right? Sarah. You see up here where they have Sarah, right? What they did is kind of reverse around the translation, the first part of the verse. The word old, right, is Chai. But in the text, it's the same way as life of Sarah. So it should have said, and the life of Sarah were 100. And next problem with the translation, it says 7 and 20. But the Hebrew specifically, right, 127 years. Now, there's some interesting reasonings about, well, why does it say that? Why does it say it in that order? And just to share, let's see, do we have that right here? Hold up a moment right here. Oh, there you go. It's still open from the other day. Okay, just to share a little bit on that right there. Because we want to touch on, see, we're trying to connect the life, the living God of the living. Even Abraham knew that in the previous Torah reading and feeding, right? Some say he was going to sacrifice his son. It does seem as though he told his son that Yahweh, he said, Elohim Yireh, Elohim will provide. They reach the spot, the son asks about it, and then we see Yitzhak getting bound. He's getting bound, but not sacrificed. There was the sobek, or the sobek, like ancient Egypt sobek. That's what's in the text. But anyway, there was a ram in the thicket, right? So the life of Sarah was 100, right? Now others say 7 and 20, right? But it says 100, right? 20 and 7, right? 120 and 7. So the translation is around about, but there's some teaching on it where they say, well, you see, Sarah, based on this here and the order of the numbers, they say that Sarah, right, was at the age of 20, right? At the age of 20, Sarah was at the age of 7 in beauty. She was very young. Even she was basically, the older she got, the younger she looked, in other words. And at the age of 100, it is said that she was at the age of 20, right, in sin. When you say in sin and kind of wrongdoing, of course everybody does wrong, but she was like a younger person, right? The older she got, she got more refined, like fine wine, right? The age, that providence, some say that why 20? Why is the Esserim? Right here, Esserim, 2 10s. Why is 2 10s important? Some say that providence, Yahweh Yireh, does not necessarily punish for certain sins, because some sins are like unwitting sins. It's like when we grow up, like as we get older, and experience things, and we do certain things wrong without intent, but we're like, oh man, we learned from that and we never do that again. You have a lot of older people that say, yeah, they messed up, but they messed up this once, thinking this, thinking that, but once they understood that it was wrong, they never did that again. So it's interesting in looking, at certain things right there. And just to share that, we touched on the reasoning about the sun rises and the sun sets, or the sunlight, right, rises and the sunlight sets in Ecclesiastes 1 and 5. We brought that out right there because that there as well was to teach. What was that to teach? That was to teach, right, that Yahweh had caused the sun, the light of one righteous person to set, that before he did that, he had caused the sun of another righteous person to rise, right? So in the Midrash, in the study of this, right, we learn, or we may learn, that before Yahweh allowed Sarah's sun, Sarah's light to proverbially set, what did he do? Right? He caused Rivka. So even in the narrative where we hear like Rebecca, right? Rebecca is brought forward. Okay, that's dealing for another reasoning about the heaven there. That before Rebecca, or before Sarah passed, we read in the previous Torah reading and feeding, we read how Rebecca was born. Before Sarah passes, how Rebecca was born. Trying to find this over here. Isn't speaking. Okay, there we go. The KHAYEI Sarah. Let's bring this up here. KHAYEI Sarah. Just a couple of points here. So we get in Genesis 22, the chapter before Genesis 23, for KHAYEI Sarah, that behold, Milcah, right? She also has borne children. And Bethuel, right, begot Rivka. And after that, we read in Genesis, next chapter 23, that the life of Sarah was 127 years. And then it repeats, right, that these were the years of the lives of Sarah, right, before even mentioning her passing. So it mentions her life twice and her quote death once. Right? You know what I mean? Her life twice. This is appointed once for a man to, right there. So I wanted to bring that one out right there, right? Because as we move forward, where we started out, just to touch on a point in chapter 24. Right, chapter 24. Let's go all the way to the end of the chapter. It's a rather long chapter, ain't it? Right, Isaac, Yitzhak, verse 67, brought her into his mother Sarah's tent. Now, prior to this particular verse, when they are on their way, notice what it says here in verse 63. And Yitzhak and Isaac, Yitzhak, right, Yitzhak, he laughs, and Yitzhak went out to meditate. So notice Isaac here going to suach, right, to do a siach. Suach is the verb, and siach is the noun. Siach, a meditation, the verb suach, right, to muse, to meditate, right. So he's meditating in the field, right. At what particular time? We get the evening tide. So this often, some point to this as when we talk about the prayer times, 3 times in a day. There is the morning prayer, right? There's like the afternoon prayer, and then there's the evening prayer, right? Or some will say the morning prayer, the noon prayer, but more it's like the afternoon, noon, afternoon prayer, and then the evening prayer, right? Many point to this to show that the patriarchs, right? That the patriarchs really show this, right? As we can see right here with Isaac. Isaac goes out into the field when? He goes out into the field, right, at the, as it says right here, the eventide. So what time is it in the even? The Erev, when the light is beginning to recede over the western horizon, right? So he went out in the field, right, to meditate, right, to meditate. This Torah portion may seem simple, but there are a lot of, I was thinking about the whole point about the Yarek, the thigh, where some people have perverted kind of ideology about what that whole thing, was really about right there. But here, to touch on this right here, boom, 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 boom. Okay, here we go, to meditate. Okay, the 3 daily prayers, right? It is said that the 3 daily prayers, and this is a kind of a proof text right here, the 3 daily prayers are derived from the patriarchs. How they derive from the patriarchs, namely Abraham, Yitzhak, and Yaakov. Well, here we have this in verse 23, verse 63, chapter 24, verse 63. Right? This is the proposition that the Judahites derived, right, the afternoon prayer, some say, or the evening prayer from Yitzhak. Some argue that within the meaning of Genesis chapter 24, 63, that this word meditate or suach, to meditate, to muse, to commune, also has a sense of to speak or to complain, suach. Some say the meaning is uncertain, but it's not really uncertain. You just have to go, Afro-Shemitically, right? To muse pensively, to meditate. Here, the note says right here, notice how the note brings out or to pray, right? So you went out, right, into the field to pray at the evening time. Just as we look at Psalm 102. Let's go over here for a moment. Psalm 102. Remember how Moshe said, within the Torah, right, within the prophets and the Psalms, these are they that testify of he, right? Remember what Yeshua said, that he's not speaking his words, but the words of the Father. So we learn about God, right? But here it says the prayer of the afflicted. Psalm 102, the prayer of the afflicted, when he is overwhelmed and poured out his complaints. Lifnei Yahweh. Now notice, when we look at the narrative of Genesis 22, right? In Genesis 22, where we learn at the end of the chapter that it was told, somehow some messenger or, merchants or ones passing through had let him know that his family still back, where he left from, right? Had been prospering, had children, and who was born to who, so forth and so on, right? That right after that, according to the narrative, Sarah passes. So after the Akedah, right, the binding of Yitzhak, the binding of Isaac, after that, we learn in the Torah reading and feeding that Sarah, right, the matriarch Sarah, right, that she passes. This is very, very interesting, right? It's very interesting that we read that she passes right here. We read about her passing at this particular point. Now, some can derive from that, if we just look at it, just not literally, but just in the basic order that it appears, that after they came back, can you imagine? Did Sarah know what what was to happen to Yitzhak? Did Abraham tell her? We don't know that. Right? But just looking at it, one could say, well, based on, man, this is her only child, and this could have happened to him, that this might have brought on the passing, right? We don't know, right? Not from the Torah narrative. We can look into Jubilees, little Genesis, but before we go there, let's just scrutinize and examine the narrative. So after the binding of Isaac, right, and after the near, one might say near death situation, right? It was not that, because Abraham, he even told the men with him that we're going to go yonder, we're going to worship, and we're going to return. That's clear in the Hebrew narrative, even in the English. But if people dispute, go to the Hebrew and you lock down what the English is plainly saying. He's not saying that I'm going to go over there and I'm going to do all this and I'm going to sacrifice and I'm going to return singularly. But he says that we're going to do this and we're going to do that and we're going to return. So his son even asks him, right? Father, we have the wood, we have the fire, but where is the lamb or the kid, right? What does Abraham say to his son? He says, Elohim Yereh, right? Elohim will provide. Jah will provide. Elohim will provide. And truly he did provide, but there's a moment right there where he lifted up that knife and it was close right there. Now, after all of that, not knowing whether Sarah knew about this or what was the case, or maybe she didn't know about it. There's different, reasonings among Torah scholars about possibly, what went on, seeking to draw from the scripture, point of reference. The plain thing is that this could have been just too much there. I mean, like, whoa, wow, I almost lost him. Some even say that Satan, the enemy, the adversary, these thoughts got to her, perhaps, right? However it was, Yitzhak had lost his mother, right? Isaac had lost his mother, right? You have to just think about the whole circumstances of it all. You know what I'm saying? So when we see Yitzhak going out in the field meditating, right, and the word that it uses, it connects with this psalm here, a prayer, a tefillah of the afflicted, a tefillah, a prayer of the afflicted, right? The oni, the humbled. Now this word oni comes from Anna. Remember in the Day of Atonement, you read the Day of Atonement, and the Day of Atonement is the only day, right, of all the appointed feasts and festivals and appointments where we are to afflict our soul. Right? So this affliction, humbling, being bowed down, being busied, occupied. It seems as though Yitzhak went out there, right, to meditate. What do you think he was meditating? Whether he can get a wife, But the scripture clearly tells us, right, that he was comforted because of Rivka. He was comforted after his mother's passing. So that gives a big clue right there. When he is overwhelmed, right? Overwhelmed, a situation so much you are ataf, turned aside, enveloped. Where it says to envelop oneself, right? You're so enveloped in the thought, the idea, it weakens you. It makes you weak, makes you faint. When you lose your strength, you're shrouded over, you're clothed over the idea of darkness, or as it says right here, languishing, right? Languishing, right? And pour out his complaint. His complaint. This is the point right here. You remember we just saw it, meditate, suach. Suach is the verb. Siach is the noun. So suach, siach. Suach, siach. He meditated a meditation, right? He complained a complaint, right? Right here, complaint, right? Anxiety, trouble, talk. Like reasoning, contemplation, right? The implications of utterance. It's often translated some places in the KJV as babbling, communication, a complaint. In some places as a meditation. The same word, siach, as a prayer, as a talk. You ever go through something that you find yourself kind of meditating and musing and even talking to yourself? Because of what you are afflicted by or overwhelmed. Here it says pours out in the literal sense, to pour out, let it flow, let it flow, let it flow, pouring out his siyach, lifnei Yahweh. Hear my prayer, O Yahweh, and let my cry, let my shout, my shawah, my shout, come to thee. Right? So here, just to point to this as a point of reference. So here once again, right, we get him going out to meditate in the field during the evening, almost like the time of the evening prayer, right? And he lifted up his eyes, right? And he saw and behold the Gimalim, the camels, right, were coming. The camels were coming. So he went to meditate, to pray during the evening time. Now scrolling all the way down, we know that when he looked up, it would make a perfect like movie moment, like he's out there meditating, thinking, his mom's passed. He's, what's up with life? You know what I'm saying? And then he perceives something is coming. Like he looks and he says, oh, there's some camels coming. You know what I'm saying? Or maybe he's thinking like, what would she be like? I wish my mom's was here, to see my wife. I hope I like her. So many things just from the text. It's likely may have been on his mind, what the text tells us. Yitzhak, right? But what did Yitzhak do? He brought her into his mother Sarah's tent, right? And he took Rivka, right? And you see the word took, lakach, it's important. Remember earlier when Abraham said to Sarah, he said, you know what? Say to them that you are my sister. Because if you say to them that you're my wife, they will kill me, right? They will kill me. Do this as chesed, that attribute of Yahweh. Do this as a kindness, right? This will be a kindness if you can do this for me, right? And then that actually is what they said. But in spite of that, they still took her. You see what the word. You see what taken and took could lead to, right? So in the Hebrew sense, right, this would say, okay, he brought her into the tent, right? And he made her, they became one, in other words, you know what I'm saying? But what was the intent of these who even though he said this is his sister, did not even properly, ask, well, can I have your sister's hand in marriage, or I have a desire for your sister, right? So he took her into his mother's tent. So that's the idea right there on the screen of his mom's tent, right? And took Ribka, and she became his wife. And then it says he loved her. It's kind of interesting right there. He loved her. Something I now want to do a little research on. In how many places does it say that a man loves a woman? Like, this might be one of the earlier places. I don't have any particular note before me that brings that out, but just from my own study, I think this might be one of the earlier, right? One of the earlier or the earliest places where it actually points this out, right? And Yitzhak, but even more than that, Yitzhak was comforted. So this comparison that it gives in the text, Nacham. Now remember when it says that the Lord repented during the time before the flood? It says it repented him that he had made man on the earth. And say, oh, why would he repent? Is he a sinner? Why did the Lord repent? Blah, 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 blah. But Nacham is the word, Nacham. Nacham, to be sorry or to console. Repent in that sense, to regret, to be comforted, right? Like a comforter, right? So Yitzhak was comforted. How was he comforted? He was comforted, right, after the loss of his mother. But notice what the scripture actually says. It says, and Yitzhak was comforted after his mother's. Did you note that right there? He was comforted after his mother's. After his mother's what? After his mother. He was comforted after his mother. Let's prove this right here. Let's go to the Hebrew right here. Okay, let's bring this out so we can compare. Right, it says, Vayetzei Yitzhak, Vayetzei Yitzhak, sorry. We're at verse La Suach. This is verse 63. My bad there. I didn't highlight it. Here we go. Why bieha? Why yibieha? Why and yibieha? And he took ha. He took her. Why yibie? And he took ha. Ha there as a suffix relates to her. Why yibieha is this word right here. Why yibieha? And he took her Yitzchak. And Isaac took her ha ohela Sarah. He took her, he brought her. This is the brought, my bad, right? From the ba and bo. He caused her to enter in. So wa and yiba, and he causing to enter in, ha, he causing her to enter in, wa yibeha, why beha, Yitzchak, Isaac causing her to enter. Right? The word ba mean like to enter, like enter in. He caused her to enter in, right? Wa yibieha Yitzchak ha ohela, right? Ohela, into the ohel of ohela Sarah, into the tent of Sarah, right? Emo, Sarah right here, Emo, right? So aim, mother, Emo, his mother, Emo, into his Sarah, his mother's tent. Why yikach, and he lakach, he took her, right? He married her, he acquired her, he received her, he took her as a wife, he snatched her, but in the sense of, he made her his wife in the tent, right? They consummated the relationship. Why yikach, right? He took Rivka, he took Rebecca, Rivka, right? Wa and Tehi, and she became. Remember the word Haya that we touched on with Wayihyu, Haya, and they were the lives of Sarah. So the same word Haya is the base word, right? But there it was saying, and they were Yihyu. Here is saying Tehi. What is Tehi? Tehi is, and she became, she became Tehi. Wa and Tehi, she became. Tehi lo, And she became for him or to him leisha, for a isha, right? For a isha, for a woman, for a wife. Became to him like for his woman, his wife. Wa and e wa ye ehabeha. Wa and ye ehabe, and he loved ha. Wa and ye ehabe, ye ehabe, ye eheba, ye habe, ye habe, if you contract it or saying it long. Wa ye ehabeha, ye ehabeha, ye ehabeha, and he loved ha, right? Wa and ye nachem. So here talk about him being comforted, consoled, right? Of the sorrow, right? Being comforted, consoled, right? So when it says that it repented him, right? He had to comfort, Yahweh comfort himself. He was sorry for them, but he comforted himself about this whole thing, right? The word Naham is the same word there, right? So notice if they were consistent, they would translate this like they did with Yahweh before the flood, right? And repented him, and repented me. They use that word repent. Why didn't they do that there, right? They didn't properly parse the word, right? He was moved to pity, to compassion, right? In the sense of grief, right? He had to comfort himself, right? And Noah became a consolation. Remember the name Noah? But here it says, Wayinachem, and he was Yinachem, he was comforted, right? Yitzchak. And Isaac was comforted. Acharei, the word acharei, this word here, right? This is all to prove that the word death is nowhere there in the verse. Achar, right? After, following, acharei, following the, right? Following imo. Acharei, and then we have right here imo. Acharei imo, after his mother. It's very interesting that the scripture is pointed not to say death, but the translator. Right? Let's go over here, right here. Let's bring this out right here. The translator, here we go, KJV. The translator says, but at least he had the decency to put in an italicization. All right. So, like I said, whenever you see the italics, in the great majority of times, right? Most of the time, almost all the time, it's not there. And Yitzhak was Yinachem. He was comforted, Acharei imo, after his mother. In other words, the comfort was so great that it doesn't even say after his mother's death, right? It's almost like he could live again. You know what I mean? And the connection that's being made right here between one matriarch, right? The first of the three matriarchs alongside the patriarchs, right? After her passing, we get Rivka, right? Not just because she's the next one, but notice how it brings out Yitzhak, his own love, and comfort, right? He brought her, but notice where he brought her. He brought her into, right? Yibe'eha, he brought her into his mother's, right? Ohela Sarah, right? And that's where he consummated the relationship, took Rivka, and she became for him, she became to him, Watahi, Lau, Leisha, became to him Aisha. And right, it could have stopped there. It could have stopped there, right? Because and she became his wife, and then go to the next chapter, right? But no, and he loved her, which is interesting, right? Because who else before this was in the main patriarchs men where it says this here? Right? Now, this is not to doubt that Abraham, no doubt, loved Sarah, even as New Testament says, it says, husbands, love your wives, as Christ so loved the church. But what's interesting right here is that we have the actual testimony. And this is connected with Sarah's passing, as this Torah reading and feeding is, also with the perspective of her son, right? One can say her only son, right? Notice that, who went through this, we can say Christ-like experience, so to speak, that becomes a foreshadowing for the Brit Chadasha. And she became his wife, and he loved her. Okay, elsewhere in the Torah says that if a man hates his wife, or you know what I'm saying, it does point that out elsewhere, but it's very clear that not so the case. Here, he loved her, and not just loved her, but there was something, there was a benefit. There was like fruit of the love, right? Fruit of this wife for Isaac, right? And Isaac was comforted after his mother. After his mother. So I want to point out that point there that the word death is not there, right? And as we pointed out in Genesis 23:1, that the life of Sarah is mentioned twice. And then the next verse tells us that she died. You see what I'm saying? And then Isaac, meditating as he meditated, maybe his prayer, who knows what his prayer was? Obviously, Yitzhak kept that close to the breast, close to the chest. We get the servant, the senior servant, right? He goes around and says, like, listen, this is how I pray to Yahweh, Elohe, Adoni, Abraham, how I prayed to Yahweh, the Elohim, the true good, the true God of my master Abraham, right? And this is what happened, right? No doubt Yitzhak's his prayer, right? His prayer was answered. One more little part right here. Then again, notice the KJV. Then again, it's kind of interesting. Yasaf, why Yosef, right? And increasing and adding, right? The sense of Yasaf within the name Joseph. Well, it's actually the verb for Joseph, right? Saf, Yasaf, right? To add, to increase, right? To join oneself to, right? To add, to augment, to continue. It says adverbally, to continue to do a thing. So I often highlight that when we hear Sarah speak earlier of Abraham, when the promise of a son, she's like, should I have pleasure? My Lord is old. She laughed in her heart, right? And even when Yitzhak was born, she laughed. You know what I'm saying? And she also mentioned there again after Yitzhak was born, who would have thought that Sarah would bear a child, a son for Abraham, who is old. He's old. You know what I'm saying? So even the New Testament says like Abraham, like one as good as dead, but he like found his strength. Even Sarah found strength to conceive. It's a very important testimony of their faith, of both the patriarch and the matriarch. Honor thy father and thy mother, faith. But he continued. So much for the old man, right? And then again, Abraham took a wife, and her name was Keturah. Keturah, right? So Keturah. What's Keturah mean? Keturah means Aishans. Keturah, we find this word used when we get into the Torah books. The Torah books. Also, we'll come up to this in the upcoming Torah reading, if fitting Yah willing. I and I live and gathering together. Why Rebecca is important. I would say why Rebecca is so important. Why is Rebecca so important? I had a little so there. I might do that if I remember. So important in the Bible and the Hebrew scriptures. I'll give you a hint. In a sense, her fidelity to Yahweh's word, in a sense, saves, right, legally blind Yitzhak. Yitzhak coming up will be considered and can be considered legally blind. The whole blessing Esau and Jacob thing. But be that as it may, Abraham, let's speak about father was a rolling stone. Maybe this is the original. I think this is the original Rolling Stone right here. Right, Hebraically speaking, speaking of Abraham, right? So, because you would think, based on if we just zoom in on the narrative concerning Abraham being old and Sarah and all of that, right? We would get the impression that, oh man, man, after that, he may have a couple of years or something like that, and he out of here. That's the idea we get. I know I mentioned this before, and I did not substantiate it. So maybe, those who want to be haters, they might say, oh, well, he said something, but he never brought it out, right? Maybe we can bring it out right now, right? How about right now, right? Let's see right here. Boom, 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 boom. What's the key word right here? Received in a figure. The seed in Isaac. So here, just walk and talk with me for one quick moment right here. Just a few highlights here, right, from this Torah reading and feeling, because it's going to come up. Yah willing, it'll come up, and hopefully I will be able to say to you, you remember when we talked about such and such, and hopefully ones will remember it's in this Torah portion. So this would be a manna, right? Manna ready to eat. So here we're going to chapter 11, and we're going to verse 19. Let's go to verse 19. Okay, so in this section here, in the Epistle to the Hebrews, right, it actually begins from verse 8. Verse 8 to verse 19, right? Let me begin at verse 17, just verse 17. It says, by faith, be'emuna, by faith, or in the Greek is pistis, which brings out the sense of emuna, Hebraically, conviction of the truth. Conviction, they say belief, we like to say credit. Respecting man's relationship, not his religion to God, but his relationship to Elohim and to the divine and Elohim things. Generally, with the included idea of trust, because he is defining the Hebrew sense, because the Greek basically translates the Hebrew, the HD of the Hebrew, right? And the Hebrews were the ones writing these things. We can tell also from how the Septuagint is translated, but generally with an idea of trust and holy fervor, born of emunah, of credit, of faith, joined with it, right? So right here, let's bring it down here. Persuasion, credence, or the sense of credit or conviction, right? Credence, conviction, right? And also, as is defined in Hebrew, emuna is truth from the emet, emuna in the Hebrew. So basically, the Greek is bringing out the Hebrew sense into another language. So by credit, Abraham had a high credit rating. He had good credit. He had good credit with Yahweh Eloheinu. Abraham, when he was tried, right? He didn't see. He said Elohim Yireh will provide. He didn't see the ram in the thicket. Right, it was too thick to see it. Right, he was tried. Right, he was tested. He was tried. He offered up, but Yahweh does not try. Right, he does not tempt anyone with evil, and he cannot be tempted with evil. So he didn't tempt Abraham with evil. Right, but he did try him. Right, offered up Yitzhak, Isaac. Right, and he that had received the promises offered up his only begotten. Interesting how it brings up that sense there in the New Testament sense, his only begotten, right? His Yachid, right? Of whom it was said that in Yitzhak shall thy seed be called, right? Thy seed be called. So we know that right there in Isaac. And then getting to this verse right here, this is the part that I was alluding to. Accounting, like putting into somebody's account, imputing, accounting, remember the credit, faith really is credit. What's your credit, right? Do you have high credit, low credit? It all, you know what I mean? And that's where you can have or don't have spiritual spending power, right? Accounting that Elohim was able to raise up. Notice what it's saying here. Remember, it said that Abraham knew that the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, the God of the living, not the God of the dead. Abraham rejoiced to see his day, right? Accounting, this is what Abraham accounted, that Elohim was able to raise up, right? That means that even though Abraham said, we're going to go and worship and return, no doubt he thought maybe there's a possibility. This is what he hoped and expected, but even if he had to, he would. That notice what he said to the men. He said that we're going to return. So even if he had to kill him, right, it seemed as though, according to this here in 11:19, his faith was that Yahweh, right, Eloheinu was able to raise him up, right. So this is a very important, right. Even here in the New Testament, it's telling us that these Yehudi, understanding it in Hebrews, they understood the reading there that yes, he said he was going to go and return. But even if there was a possibility that he had to so-called sacrifice him, he had the faith, he had the credit that the God, the Elohim, the true good, the true God, is the God of the living, not the God of the dead, and would raise him up. That's why it says right here that he accounting that Elohim, right, Yahweh Eloheinu, was able to raise up even from the dead. From where also he received him. Right? He received him in a figure, right? He received him in a figure. Hold on for a moment right here. He received him in a figure, right? Boom, 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 boom. Lehiyota, mashallah. He received him in a figure. I just want to see, okay, here it says Af, Kibel Oto, Af, right? For sure, kibel like kabal to receive, kibel oto. He received him, kibel oto. Just one of the translations there. Now there's this other verse, right? This other verse, right? Right, da 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 da, right, and one as good as dead. Let's see right here. There's a part where it says, and one who was as good as dead, right? Boom, 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 right? Past age, Sarah conceived strength. She kabbalah strength. Okay, yeah, here it goes right here. Verse 12. Therefore sprang there even of one and him as good as dead. You know, remember how Sarah was saying he's old. Right? And who would have thought that Sarah would give birth to Abraham in his old age? Notice what it says right here, as good as dead, right? Therefore sprang there even of one, and him as good as dead. Now think about it. If Abraham had faith that even he had to sacrifice Yitzhak, that the God, the true good, the true God, Yahweh Eloheinu, El Elyon, is able to raise him up, who would be able to raise him up. So if he can raise up his son, if he had to do that, if he accounted that to Yahweh Eloheinu, to true good, true God, that he had credit in, right? Then what about himself? Therefore sprang there even of one, and of him, speaking of Abraham, as good as dead, right? As the stars of the sky in multitude, and as the sand that is by the seashore number. You see how we're focusing on Abraham and Sarah as a couple, like let's say, honor thy father and thy mother through faith. Can't forget about the faith, the credit. Also, Sarah had a high credit rating, right? Through faith, Sarah, right? Through faith, also Sarah herself, she received strength. She kabbalah strength. She welcomed, received the strength to do what? To conceive seed. See, when she laughed, she was like, "Oh man, he old, and will it be like it was before? Shall I have pleasure?" Da 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 da. Right, and this is why that visit, right, where Yahweh appeared to Abraham, right, as the Hebrew, the triune, right, the Trinity, actually, the Hebrew Trinity, not in the way of the Gentile Christians, all that. No, no, we're talking about Hebraically here, right, and that word, right, nay, but you did laugh, right, and now she has something to think about. Remember, it would just be the next year it would happen. So from that time, from her laughing and maybe doubting because Abraham is old, you know what I mean? But remember, Abraham had faith that even if he did sacrifice Yitzhak, according to Hebrews chapter 11, that Yahweh was able to raise him up, right? Receive strength. She received strength to conceive seed. She had a whole metanoia, a change of mind, and was delivered of a child when she was past age. Why? Because she judged. See, this idea of judging in prayer, right? Self-judging, self-analysis, right? She judged him faithful. She judged him faithful, right? She judged him credit worthy. So she had credit, and she judged him credit worthy who had promise. And who had promise, right? Of the three mortal men, Yahweh, right? Right? Yes, the power of the three, right? The power of the Trinity of the three, the Yahweh amongst, right, that revelation. And there sprang there even of one, and him as good as dead. So Abraham got a regeneration too, right? But see, we go here because we want to go over here. Let's bring this back, right? Let's go to the next chapter here. Oh, we're already there. Then again, that's where we go. Then again, then again, Abraham took a wife. Okay, he got a wife for his son. Now he took a wife for himself, and her name was Keturah, incense, Aishans, the wife of Abraham after Sarah's death. Right? Because someone say, "Oh, she was just a concubine." No, later on it says the concubines. She was a wife, right? Then this concubine, and she bare him Zimran. Right? Remember, Abraham was a friend of Yahweh, and Jokshan and Medan and Median and Ishbak and Shua, and Jokshan begat Sheba. Sheba, queen of Sheba, right? Sheba, you see 7 oaths, Sheba, right? Sheba, right? And Dedan. So is the queen of Sheba, which Sheba is she from? Is she from the Midianite Sheba? Right? Are we talking about that kind of a related family, extended family of Abraham? Right? Sheba and Dedan and the sons of Dedan were Asherim and Letushim and Leumim, right? And the sons of Median, we get the Medianites. Apha and Jethro, Moshe's father-in-law, coming up later, and Epher and Hanok, another Enoch, Hanok, right? And Abida and Elda'ah. All these were the children of Keturah. Wow, 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 wow. I see all these. So there were like 6 sons, all right? 6 of them, right? And notice what it says, and Abraham gave all that he had to Yitzhak. You notice the language there? It says that he gave all that he had to Isaac. But he had all these children, right? But he gave all that he had to Yitzhak. All right. What does this mean, Chaverim? But, right, on the other hand, it says, but, right, to the sons of the concubines. So we have 2 different titles here. We have the Isha, she became an Isha, and we have Pelegesh. Pelegesh. Right? What's a Pelegesh? A Pelegesh is like a concubine, a paramour, a concubine. Right? Pelegesh, a concubine. A different terminology. It does not call Keturah a Pelegesh. It calls her a Isha. Right? Just to note it for the record. But to the sons of the concubines that Abraham had, Abraham gave gifts and sent them away from Yitzhak, right? Beino. So notice that he gave them gifts, probably knew that his time coming to fulfillment, right? Understanding how things might be afterward, right? Now, there are some Yehudi, Jewish fables will tell you, right, that Keturah was another name for Hagar. We have nothing, absolutely nothing in the text for that. So according to it said, beware of the Jewish fables. So we tell you what the Jewish fables are. When they tell us something like Rabbi Yehuda, he said that Keturah was another name for Hagar in Genesis Rabbah 61:4. Well, respectfully, we can disagree. All right, you know what I mean? Like you're reading other notes of other scholars, and you may agree with some, and you may say, "Nah, this is off." Right now, over here, right? Let's go over here. So we get the sons, right? They're sent away from Isaac Beno, his son, while he yet lived eastward. He lives where? He lives in the Kedem, the Kedma. He lives in the Kedem, right? You know, it's the man of the east and the prophets, right? The Kedem, right? The east, eastward to the east country, to the Kedma country, the country of the Kedem, right? And these are the days of the year. So then in verse 7, it tells us that Abraham is parting, right? Speaking about the years of the life of Abraham's life that he lived. And here it says he lived 100, 15 years. Let's pause for a moment, y'all. How old was Abraham when Sarah gave birth to Yitzhak? All right. Do you know how old? All right. He was 100 years old. It didn't say he was 100 years old. All right. He was 100 years old. All right. 100 years old. Now here it says he was 100, 15. A score is 20. So 2, 4, 6. All right. That'll be 60 plus 15. That'll be 75. So Abraham, wow. Hold on for a moment. Abraham lived, right, almost 3/4 of the life that he had lived, right, after Sarah passed. Right? Remember, it says that he was how old? 100 years old. Right? Then over here it says what? He was 100, right? He was 175 years old. Right? So within that 75 years. Right? That's why when people try to say that Rivka must have been like young, 3 or so years, this cookie is foolish. It's stupid talk. It's not telling you everything that happened year by year, but to highlight the key events, right? That happened over 75 years for Abraham. Right? Notice this was 75 years. Right? 75 years. You know, so how, like, yeah, Isaac, right? Isaac, right? Then Abraham gave up the ghost and died in a good old age, an old man full of years, and was gathered to his people, right? Then it says, and his son Yitzhak and Ishmael, So this means that the brothers, they still had communication, right? They still talk. It doesn't tell us there was any problems amongst them. They got together, right, to bury their father in the cave of Machpelah. Now, Machpelah will be the site of the burial of the patriarchs and the matriarchs, right? So far we get, Abraham and Sarah. Then we're going to get Yitzhak and Rivka. And then we're going to get Jacob and Leah, not Rachel, but Jacob and Leah, right? In the field of Ephraim, the son of Zohar, the Hittite, that is before Mamre. The field, now remember once again, it's going over where we began off in the Torah portion. The field that Abraham purchased of the sons of Heth, of the Hittites, there was Abraham buried and Sarah Ishto, right? And then it tells us this, and it came to pass after, right, the death of Abraham, that Elohim blessed his son. Notice that nowhere over here, now we're not saying that there wasn't something said, but notice what Torah is silent on. When it says right here, and he sent them away from Isaac his son. He gave all that he had, right? He gave gifts to them, but he gave all that he had, right? He gave matanot. He gave gifts, whatever these gifts were, right? But he sent them away from Yitzhak, right? Remember, this occurs over roughly, right, over, well, not exactly 75, because remember, he's born, and it's roughly, we start to do the ages on it, right? When Isaac gets married, that's roughly around 40 years, right? So we're talking about a period of time from when Yitzhak was born, right? And then the period of time after that, the sacrifice, right? Or the binding, the Akedah, and then the period of time after Sarah passes, and then the period of time that he's there with his son, and then when he says, well, now's a good time for his son to get married. One thing we see is that it seemed with Esau, and even later on with Jacob, that roughly a man getting married around 40 or in his 30s was not an extremely unusual thing, right? But anyway, he sent them away, right? And then it says, basically, he gave up the ghosts, right? And Ishmael and Yitzhak, they come along and bury him, right, in the field that he purchased. But notice what it says here. And it came to pass after the death of Abraham. Notice what it says, that Elohim, that God, how Elohim blessed his son. It's kind of interesting, right, that he blessed his son, right? It doesn't say that Abraham blessed his son. All right. Now, did he say a blessing to his son? We're not saying that he didn't, but notice what the text is silent on. All right. The text is silent right here when it says that after, and it came to pass after the death. Some read into this that, well, Abraham, whether it was because of other sons and did not want to, had Ishmael there and the other ones and the Midianites and the other 6 sons, about like 7 sons right there, just to go ahead, but he removed them away from his son. We notice that right there. We notice that he removed them away from his son, right? And, gave all that he had to his son. But notice that Yahweh himself, Elohim, blessed, right? Elohim blessed. That the Father here, according to what's written, did not bless, but that afterward Elohim blessed. Not to get into the details of it, but I think it's something that you can meditate on your own right there, right? That Abraham, right, passed, but Elohim blessed his son, right, Isaac, and Isaac dwelt by the well Lahai Roy, right, which is interesting because Lahai Roy, right, that kind of links with what Ishmael's mother said when she ran from her mistress, from Sarah. And then notice Ishmael is introduced in the burying of Abraham. And then right here, we seal up, right? We seal up right here, right? We seal up. Let's go over here. It's interesting because they call her Amma a bondmaid, but she goes back to handmaid in the narrative, right? Now, the generation of Ishmael, Abraham's son, who Hagar, the Egyptian. So when it says that he would bless Ishmael, part of the way he would bless is that even in the Torah, there's a recording of him and his descendants. Yes, my brothers and sisters, we're going to seal it. We're going to seal it. You know what I mean? because I know we have Psalm 64, but just looking at the time right here, full. We have Psalm 64 for this first day of this new Shabua. And Psalm 64, we don't have any audibles right now. Our machine is acting up. But Psalm 64, just to give you an overview, right? Psalm 64 is divine judgment. Divine judgment. In the sufferings at the hands of unscrupulous men and people, the psalmist and I, after enumerating their evil deeds, almost like you go to court and you say, well, I'm suing so and so. Why? He's done a lot of evil deeds against me. Well, what are the evil deeds? So in the psalm, after enumerating what those evil deeds, are, utters his conviction that Ha Elohim will judge and condemn them. Now, the language of the Psalm 64, which is themed divine judgment, it resembles that of some of the earlier Psalms that tell of the righteous, the righteous being persecuted by the unrighteous, even among Israel. It tells of Shaul, of Saul's persecution of the beloved of David. So right here, brothers and sisters and brothers, we're going to seal this up with the psalm for the Shabbat, not Shabbat, what am I saying? My bad, Slicha Li. Psalm, the evening psalm for the first day, right? Psalm 24, the evening psalm for the first day. Let's get a little read right here, a little here. Shema Yisrael, Yesh Kavod, Yesh. Shabbat Tov, B'Hashem Yeshua HaMoshiach.
יצחקו יום יבוא, אלה שצוחקים עכשיו יבכו, אלה שבוכים עכשיו הם עוד יצחקו. ברוך השם, יש לנו את החירות לבחור, ממשיך קדימה לא נשאר מאחור. הכוח הוא בהתמדה, כן, ורק בסוף הדרך סופרים את הקופה. יש כבוד, יש
מזמור כ"ד, לדוד מזמור. לאדוני הארץ ומלואה, תבל ויושביה, כי הוא על ימין יסדה, ועל נהרות יכונניה. מי יעלה בהר אדוני, ומי יקום במקום קודשו. נקי כפיים ובר לבב, אשר לא נשא לשכר נפשי, ולא נשבע למרמה. יישא ברכה מאת אדוני, וצדקה מאלוהי ישעו. זה דור דורשיו, מבקשי פניך יעקב, סלע. שאו שערים ראשיכם, והינשאו פתחי עולם, ויבוא מלך הכבוד. מי זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני עזוז וגיבור, אדוני גיבור מלחמה. שאו שערים ראשיכם, ושאו פתחי עולם, ויבוא מלך הכבוד. מי הוא זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני צבאות, הוא מלך הכבוד, סלע, 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 סלע.
Yahweh Eloheinu, bless the eye and I, keep the eye and I, cause his face, his grace to shine on I and I, give I and I Yeshua Shalom, coming at Shabua Tov, Psalm 24.
The earth is the Lord's and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. For he hath founded it upon the seas and established it upon the floods. Who shall ascend into the hill of the Lord, or who shall stand in his holy place? He that hath clean hands and a pure heart, who hath not lifted up his soul unto vanity, nor sworn deceitfully. He shall receive the blessing from the Lord, and righteousness from the God of his salvation. This is the generation of them that seek him, that seek thy face, O Jacob. Selah. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be ye lift up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord strong and mighty, the Lord mighty in battle. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, even lift them up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord of hosts. He is the King of glory. Selah, 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 Selah.
Yes. Evening psalm for the first day, Psalm 24. Shema Yisrael, Isis.
Psalm 24.
מזמור כ"ד, לדוד מזמור, 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 מזמור.
The earth is the Lord's, is the Lord's, is the Lord's.
L'Adonai, Adonai, Adonai.
And the fullness thereof, fullness thereof, fullness thereof, fullness thereof.
L'Adonai haaretz umeloah, 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 umeloah.
The world and they that dwell therein, that dwell therein, that dwell therein, that dwell therein.
Tevel veyoshveva, 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 veyoshveva.
For he hath founded it upon the seas and established it upon the floods, upon the floods, upon the floods, upon the floods.
כי הוא על ימים יסדה, 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 ועל נהרות יכונניה, 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 יכונניה.
Who shall ascend into the hill of the Lord, the hill of the Lord, the hill of the Lord, the hill of the Lord?
מי יעלה בהר אדוני, בהר אדוני, בהר אדוני, בהר אדוני.
Oh, who shall stand in his holy place, in his holy place, in his holy place, in his holy place, in his holy place?
ומי יקום במקום קודשו, קום קודשו, קום קודשו, קום קודשו, קום קודשו.
He that hath clean hands, clean hands, clean and a pure heart, and a pure heart, and a pure heart, and a pure heart.
נקי כפיים ובר לבב, ובר לבב, ובר לבב, ובר לבב, ובר לבב.
And a pure heart, and a pure heart, and a pure heart, and a pure heart, and a pure heart. He that hath clean hands and a pure heart, who hath not lifted up his soul unto vanity, nor sworn deceitfully, he shall receive the blessing from the Lord, and righteousness from the God of his salvation. This is the generation of them that seek him, that seek thy face, O Jacob. Selah. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be ye lift up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord strong and mighty, the Lord mighty in battle. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, even lift them up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in, shall come in, shall come in, shall come in.
ויבוא מלך הכבוד, 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 הכבוד.
Who is this King of glory? King of glory, 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 King of glory.
מי הוא זה מלך הכבוד, 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 הכבוד.
The Lord of hosts, 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 the Lord of hosts.
אדוני צבאות, 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 צבאות.
He is the King of glory, 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 the King of glory.
הוא מלך הכבוד, 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 הכבוד. סלע, 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 סלע.
Selah, 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 Selah.
Lion of Judah Society.
Are ye not as children of the Ethiopians unto me? Unto me, unto me, O children of Israel, of Israel, of Israel. Psalm 24. The earth is the Lord's, and the fullness thereof, the world and they that dwell therein. For he hath founded it upon the seas, and established it upon the floods. Who shall ascend into the hill of the Lord, or who shall stand in his holy place? He that hath clean hands and a pure heart, who hath not lifted up his soul unto vanity, nor sworn deceitfully. He shall receive the blessing from the Lord, and righteousness from the God of his salvation. This is the generation of them that seek him, that seek thy face, O Jacob. See. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, and be ye lift up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord strong and mighty, the Lord mighty in battle. Lift up your heads, O ye gates, even lift them up, ye everlasting doors, and the King of glory shall come in. Who is this King of glory? The Lord of hosts. He is the King of glory. Selah, Selah, Selah,
מזמור כ"ד לדוד מזמור. לאדוני הארץ ומלואה, תבל ויושביה. כי הוא על ימים יסדה, ועל נהרות יכונניה. מי יעלה בהר אדוני, ומי יקום במקום קודשו. נקי כפיים ובר לבב, אשר לא נשא לשווא נפשי, ולא נשבע למרמה. יישא ברכה מאת אדוני, וצדקה מאלוהי ישעו. זה דור דורשיו, מבקשת פניך יעקב סלע. שאו שערים ראשיכם, והינשאו פתחי עולם, ויבוא מלך הכבוד. מי זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני עזוז וגיבור, אדוני גיבור מלחמה. שאו שערים ראשיכם, ושאו פתחי עולם, ויבוא מלך הכבוד. מי הוא זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני צבאות, הוא מלך הכבוד סלע.
לדוד מזמור, לאדוני הארץ ומלואה, תבל ויושביה, כי הוא על ימים יסדה, ועל נהרות יכונניה. מי יעלה בהר אדוני, מי יקום במקום קודשו. נקי כפיים ובר לבב, אשר לא נשא לשווא נפשי, ולא נשבע למרמה. יישא ברכה מאת אדוני, וצדקה אלוהי ישעו. זה דור דורשיו, מבקשי פניך יעקב סלע. שאו שערים ראשיכם, יינשאו פתחי עולם, יבוא מלך הכבוד. מי זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני עזוז וגיבור, אדוני גיבור מלחמה. שאו שערים ראשיכם, ושאו פתחי עולם, ויבוא מלך הכבוד. מי הוא זה מלך הכבוד? אדוני צבאות, הוא מלך הכבוד סלע.
This discipleship radio broadcast has been made possible by donations from audience and listeners like you. Give thanks. Thank you very much, Miss Ghana. This discipleship radio broadcast has been made possible by donations from audience and listeners like you. Give thanks. Thank you very much, Miss Ghana.
Lion of Judah Society. Lion of Judah Society.
of Judah shall break every chain.